You're telling me Direct charged you $35,000 for not beating you up in high school? Principal Morrison's voice echoed through the conference room as she stared at the invoice my stepbrother had actually printed on company letterhead. Derek sat there in his $1,000 suit, completely oblivious to the security guard who'd been quietly called in, while I watched the principal's laptop screen reflect something that made her face go pale. 47 separate incident reports she'd just pulled up, all with video evidence, all showing exactly who the real bully had been. Derek had arrived at my apartment that morning like he owned the place, which was ironic considering I'd bought it with the tech startup money he'd mocked me for pursuing. He pushed past me, surveyed my living room with that same sneer he perfected at 16, and pulled out an actual manila folder like some sort of collections agent. "Time to settle up, little brother," he'd announced, spreading papers across my coffee table. 4 years of protection services at Westfield High. I've itemized everything, keeping Brad Thornton from stuffing you in lockers, making sure the football team didn't use you as a tackling dummy, general intimidation prevention. Very reasonable rates, considering. I almost laughed until I saw he was serious. The invoice included daily rates, weekend surcharges, and even holiday premiums. At the bottom, in bold, total due, $35,000. Payment expected within 30 days. Protection services, I'd repeated. Derek, you were the one who kept you safe, he'd interrupted, straightening his tie. Do you have any idea how many kids wanted to destroy you? The weird kid who spent lunch in a computer lab? Who wore the same hoodie every day? Who talked about coding like it was interesting? I saved you from social annihilation. The distorted history was so breathtaking I'd actually sat down. In Derek's version of our high school years, he'd been my guardian angel instead of my daily tormentor. He'd rewritten 4 years of systematic abuse into some twisted protection racket where he was the hero. "I'm not paying you $35,000, I'd said. "Then I'll have to pursue legal action," he'd replied smoothly. "I have documentation. Witnesses. Kyle Brennan will testify he saw me intervene multiple times. So will Jake Martinez." Kyle and Jake, his accomplices who'd held my arms while Derek went through my backpack, who'd laughed when he poured chocolate milk on my keyboard, who'd filmed him flushing my calculus homework down the toilet. "You know what?" I'd stood up. "Let's go to Westfield right now. Talk to Principal Morrison. She can verify your protection services." Derek had actually smiled. Perfect. Morrison always loved me. Star of the debate team, remember? Now, sitting in that conference room with its motivational posters and smell of industrial cleanser, Derek's smile was fading fast as Principal Morrison clicked through file after file on her laptop. "Mr. Garrett," she said slowly, "I'm looking at 47 separate incident reports involving you and your stepbrother Simon. Would you like to explain what I'm seeing?" Incident reports. Derek shifted in his chair. Those were probably misunderstandings. Teenage roughhousing. Roughhousing. Morrison turned her laptop around. "Is that what you call this?" The first video was grainy but clear enough, cafeteria footage from September 2015. There was 15-year-old me sitting alone with my tray when Derek approached with his crew. The video had no sound, but you could see him grab my milk carton, shake it, then pour it over my head while his friends laughed. I just sat there, milk dripping down my face, not even bothering to wipe it off because what was the point? Derek started. "That was a joke. Simon was in on it." Morrison clicked to the next video. "And this joke. October 2015. The hallway camera showed Derek shoving me into a locker, not playfully, but hard enough that I bounced off and fell. When I tried to get up, he planted his foot on my backpack, pinning me down while he went through my pockets. I was checking if he had lunch money," Derek said weakly, "to make sure he could eat." "By taking it?" Morrison's voice could have frozen fire. "Here's November, December, January through March. This one's particularly interesting." She maximized a video from March 2016. The computer lab camera showed me working on a project, completely absorbed when Derek and his friends entered. They surrounded my station, and Derek yanked out the power cord. Even without sound, you could see me begging as the screen went dark. Hours of work lost. Then Derek grabbed my external hard drive and snapped it in half. Derek's voice cracked. He needed to learn to back up his work. By destroying his backup drive, Morrison pulled up another file. Do you know what was on that drive, Mr. Garrett? His entry for the state science fair, a program he'd been working on for 6 months. He had to withdraw from the competition. I remembered that night, going home and telling my mom I'd decided not to enter after all. The look of disappointment in her eyes. Starting over seemed pointless when Derek would just destroy it again. Let's continue, Morrison said. April 2016, he convinced the cafeteria staff he was stealing food and got his lunch account suspended. May 2016, he filed a false complaint saying he was selling test answers, triggering an academic investigation that took weeks to clear. June through August, surely you took the summer off. Those incidents where? September 2016, junior year, Morrison continued relentlessly. You spread rumors that Simon was stalking Sarah Chin, causing him to be removed from 3 shared classes. October, you accidentally spilled battery acid on his chemistry project. November. Stop. Derek's face had gone gray. Okay, stop. I'm just getting started, Morrison said. We haven't even reached the crown jewel, senior year, when you registered him for the talent show without his knowledge and announced to the entire school that he'd be performing interpretive dance. The security guard stepped closer, sensing the shift in energy. That was character building, Derek muttered. It was assault. Morrison's voice was steel. When he tried to leave the stage, you and your friends physically prevented him. For 11 minutes, while 600 students laughed and filmed. The only reason you weren't expelled was because Simon refused to file a formal complaint. She turned to me. Why didn't you? I looked at Derek, this man in his expensive suit who'd made 4 years of my life hell, and now wanted me to pay him for it. He was my stepbrother. My mom had just married his dad. I didn't want to break up the family. So you endured it. I survived it. Morrison pulled up one final file. Mr. Garrett, are you familiar with the state's anti-bullying legislation? Specifically, the provisions regarding systematic harassment with video evidence. Derek's lawyer brain finally kicked in. Those incidents were years ago. Statute of limitations. Extended to 7 years for cases involving minors with documented evidence. Morrison finished. We're at 6 years and 8 months. Well within the window for both criminal charges and civil liability. You can't be serious. Deadly serious. Morrison picked up her desk phone. In fact, I'm obligated to report this. 47 documented incidents of assault, theft, harassment, and destruction of property. The district takes these matters very seriously, especially when the perpetrator returns to campus making threats. Threats? I didn't threaten anyone. You presented a fraudulent bill demanding money for protection services that were actually systematic abuse. That's extortion, Mr. Garrett. The security guard moved behind Derek's chair. This is ridiculous, Derek sputtered. Simon, tell her this is a misunderstanding. I met his eyes. Is it? Because I have more evidence at home. Screenshots of the Facebook posts where you coordinated attacks. The Twitter account you created in my name posting embarrassing things. The deepfake photos you spread claiming I was. Okay. Derek stood up abruptly. Okay. I may have misremembered some details. Misremembered. Morrison's tone could have stripped paint. Sit down, Mr. Garrett. He sat. Here's what's going to happen, she continued. I'm filing a report with the district and the police. They'll determine whether to pursue criminal charges. You're also banned from this campus effective immediately. If you come within 500 feet of school property, you'll be arrested for trespassing. You can't. I can and I am. She turned to me. Simon, I am deeply sorry. We failed you. I failed you. These videos, I had no idea it was this severe. I got good at hiding it, I said quietly. And Derek got good at doing it where teachers wouldn't see. Except he didn't know about all the cameras. Morrison nodded. The security system upgrade in 2015. Full coverage, cloud storage, 7-year retention. Your stepbrother's abuse is thoroughly documented. Derek's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and went even paler. My firm, someone sent them. Oh, that would be me, Morrison said pleasantly. I copied your law firm on the email to the district. 47 video files make quite an attachment. I'm sure they'll be very interested in their associate's extortion attempt. I'll be disbarred, Derek whispered. Probably, Morrison agreed. Fraud, extortion, falsifying evidence. Not a great look for an attorney. The door opened and 2 police officers entered. Derek looked at me desperately. Simon, please. We're brothers. Stepbrothers, I corrected. And you made sure I never forgot the step part. Remember when you introduced me as the charity case my dad made us take in? Remember when you told everyone my mom was a gold digger who trapped your father? I was a kid. You were 18 when you submitted a fake recommendation letter to MIT under my name, telling them I was withdrawing my application. If Mrs. Chen hadn't called to verify, I would have lost my spot. Morrison pulled up another file. Oh, I have that one too. Forgery, fraud, interstate commerce, that's federal. The officer stepped forward. Derek Garrett, we need you to come with us for questioning regarding multiple allegations of assault, harassment, and extortion. As they cuffed him, Derek kept staring at me. $35,000, that's all I needed. I have debts, gambling. So you decided to invent a debt I owed you? For terrorizing me? I protected you. Even now, even caught, he clung to his delusion. Without me, those kids would have destroyed you. You were those kids, Derek. You were the monster you claimed to be protecting me from. As they let him out, Morrison sighed heavily. Simon, I need to ask, why now? Why let him come here, make these claims? I pulled out my phone, showing her my recording app. Same reason I never fought back in school. Sometimes the best defense is letting bullies hang themselves with their own rope. He came to my home, made threats, demanded money. I needed him to repeat it on the record, with witnesses. You knew about the security footage. I work in tech security now. First thing I did when I got successful was request my complete school records. The district sent everything, including video files I don't think they meant to include. I've had them for 2 years, waiting. Waiting for what? For Derek to need money badly enough to try something stupid. His gambling debts, his lifestyle exceeding his income. I kept tabs. When he showed up this morning, I knew it was time. Morrison studied me with new respect. You orchestrated this. I survived high school by being smarter than him, not stronger. Nothing's changed. We sat in silence for a moment. Through the window, I could see Derek being placed in the police car, his expensive suit rumpled, his carefully styled hair messed up, looking more like the bully he'd been than the lawyer he pretended to become. The district will want to offer you a settlement, Morrison said finally, to avoid litigation over our failure to protect you. I don't want money, I want a program. Bullying prevention that actually works. Cameras are good, but someone needs to be watching them. Someone needs to see the patterns before 47 incidents become a statistic. That's incredibly generous, considering. Derek thought I owed him for not beating me up. The school thinks they owe me for letting him. Everyone's focused on debt and payment. I stood up. I just want kids to eat lunch without fear, to code in peace, to carry their backpacks without checking over their shoulders. That's not about money. Morrison stood too, extending her hand. You've become quite a man, Simon, despite us. Despite him. Because of him, in a way, I admitted. Every punch taught me resilience. Every destroyed project taught me to back up files. Every humiliation taught me that dignity comes from inside, not from others' opinions. That's a very mature perspective. It's a survivor's perspective. I shook her hand. But I'd rather kids not need to develop it. As I left Westfield High for what I hoped would be the last time, my phone buzzed. A text from my mom. Derek's father just called. What happened? I thought about how to answer, how to explain that her stepson, the boy she tried so hard to make me bond with, had just been arrested for crimes committed under her roof. How to tell her that our brotherly roughhousing had been documented assault. In the end, I simply wrote, Derek tried to charge me for something he never did. The truth caught up. I'll explain tonight. Her response came quickly. I'm sorry, for not seeing, for not protecting you. I protected myself, I wrote back. That's what you taught me. It was true. My mother had raised me to be smart, resourceful, independent. When her new husband came with a son who hated me on sight, she'd done her best to make peace. She couldn't see what happened at school, couldn't hear the threats whispered in hallways, couldn't feel the daily fear that walked beside me. But she'd given me something better than protection. She'd given me the tools to survive. The news spread quickly. By evening, Derek's law firm had issued a statement about his immediate termination pending investigation. His social media accounts went dark. Kyle and Jake, those loyal accomplices, suddenly developed amnesia about their high school years when reporters called. I got messages from classmates I hadn't heard from in years, some apologizing for not helping, some claiming they never knew, some admitting they laughed along because it seemed safer than becoming the next target. I responded to none of them. That chapter was closed now, sealed with police evidence tape and federal investigation notices. A week later, a package arrived at my door. No return address, but I recognized Derek's handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a flash drive. The paper said simply, "You won. Here's everything." D. The flash drive contained folders of photos, videos, messages, Derek's complete archive of my humiliation. 4 years of carefully documented abuse he kept as trophies. The evidence that would have convicted him even without the school's footage. I thought about destroying it, about finally erasing those years. Instead, I made copies and sent them to Morrison, to the prosecutors, to the lawyers handling the criminal case. Derek thought he'd been building a blackmail library. Instead, he'd been creating evidence of his own crimes. Every photo timestamped, every video tagged with participants, every message traceable. He documented his own downfall as carefully as he orchestrated my misery. The final video was from graduation day, Derek giving his valedictorian speech while I sat in a crowd, invisible in my cap and gown. He'd spoken about overcoming challenges, about the bonds of brotherhood, about protecting those weaker than ourselves. His camera, had zoomed in on my face during those words. I wasn't crying, wasn't angry. I was simply enduring, waiting for it to be over, already planning my escape to MIT, to a life he couldn't touch. Looking at my younger self, I wanted to tell him it would be worth it. That the kid who spent lunch in the computer lab would build something Derek could never destroy. That survival was its own victory, but he already knew that. You could see it in his eyes, focused not on the speaker but on the exit, on the future, on a life waiting beyond high school halls and stepbrothers who confused cruelty with strength. Derek had demanded $35,000 for protection he never provided. What I'd actually bought with 4 years of endurance was priceless. The knowledge that I could survive anything, build anything, become anything. Even him coming back couldn't take that away, especially not for $35,000.
The champagne glass shattered against the marble floor, sending crystal shards across my feet like tiny daggers. I stood there frozen as my mother-in-law's voice cut through the silence. "Well, that's just perfect. Can't even hold a glass properly." "My name is Rachel, and I should have known that hosting Sunday dinner for the Montgomery family would end in disaster. It always did. It's fine, Margaret. I'll clean it up." I bent down, my hands shaking as I picked up the larger pieces. Blood welled up from a small cut on my palm. "Leave it," Bryson said, from across the dining room, not even looking up from his phone. "The help can deal with it tomorrow." The help. That's what I was to them, even after 3 years of marriage. I pressed my palm against my dress, trying to stop the bleeding. "Honestly, Rachel," Margaret continued, her voice dripping with false concern, "you seem so nervous lately. Is everything all right?" I forced a smile. "Just tired. It's been a long week." "Teaching must be so exhausting," Chloe chimed in, her tone suggesting teaching was equivalent to finger painting. "All those little children demanding attention." "I don't teach anymore," I said quietly. "I haven't since you married into money," Talon interrupted with a laugh. "Lucky you." The room fell silent except for the tick of the grandfather clock. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting for a reaction. This was their favourite game. Push Rachel until she breaks. "How's Gilbert doing?" I asked, desperate to change the subject. Margaret's expression shifted, her mask of superiority cracking slightly. "Not well. The doctors say... Well, they say we should prepare ourselves." Bryson finally looked up from his phone. "Dad's tough. He'll pull through." "He's dying, Bryson." Sage spoke for the first time all evening, her voice flat. "We all know it. Stop pretending otherwise." "Sage!" Margaret snapped. "That's enough." "What? It's true, and we all know what happens when he dies." Sage's eyes found mine across the table. Don't we, Rachel? I didn't understand what she meant, but something cold settled in my stomach. The way they were all looking at me now, like vultures circling prey. I think, Margaret said slowly, that we need to have a family discussion. About the future. About protecting what's ours. What do you mean? I asked. Bryson reached over and took my uninjured hand. To anyone watching it would look loving, but his grip was too tight, his thumb pressing against my pulse point. Nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart. Just family business. Family business. I'd heard that phrase 100 times since marrying Bryson. It always meant the same thing. I wasn't really family. Where's Stella tonight? I asked. She usually joins us for Sunday dinner. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Margaret's jaw tightened. Grandmother is resting, Chloe said. She's been tired lately. That was strange. Stella Montgomery might be 81, but she was sharper than everyone else in this room combined. She never missed Sunday dinner. Never. Maybe I should check on her, I offered. No. The word came out harsher than Bryson intended. He cleared his throat. I mean, she specifically asked not to be disturbed. I nodded, but something wasn't right. Stella had always been kind to me, the only one in this family who treated me like a human being instead of an inconvenience. Well, Margaret said, standing up, I think we should call it a night. Rachel, dear, thank you for dinner, though next time perhaps something less ambitious? The roast had been perfect. The vegetables were cooked exactly right. The only thing that had gone wrong was the champagne glass, and that was because my hands were shaking from their constant needling. They filed out one by one, leaving me alone with the mess. I was on my hands and knees picking up the last of the crystal when I heard Bryson's voice from the hallway. It'll all work out after tomorrow. Are you sure she'll sign it? That was Margaret. She'll sign it. She doesn't have a choice. My blood turned to ice. Sign what? What were they planning? I stayed crouched on the floor until I heard the front door close, until the sound of car engines faded into the night. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. Whatever they had planned for tomorrow, I had a feeling my life was about to change forever, and not in a good way. The knock on the door came at exactly 9 a.m. I'd been awake since 5, pacing the kitchen, drinking coffee that tasted like ash. When I opened the door, Margaret stood there with Bryson, both dressed like they were heading to a board meeting. We need to talk, Margaret said, pushing past me into the house. Good morning to you too, I muttered, closing the door. Bryson kissed my cheek, but it felt cold, performative. Morning, babe. Hope you don't mind us stopping by. Actually, I do mind. I have errands to run today. This won't take long, Margaret said, settling herself on my couch like she owned it. Which, technically, she kind of did. The house was in Bryson's name. Bryson sat beside his mother, and I noticed he was carrying a leather folder. My stomach clenched. What's this about? I asked, remaining standing. Margaret smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Just some paperwork, nothing dramatic. What kind of paperwork? Bryson opened the folder and pulled out a thick document. It's a post-nuptial agreement, just a formality, really. The words hit me like a slap. A what? Given Dad's condition, Margaret said, we need to make sure everything is clear, legally speaking. I stared at the papers in Bryson's hands. You want me to sign away my rights to your father's inheritance? Not sign away, Bryson said quickly. Just clarify. You know how complicated these things can get. I was never expecting anything from Gilbert's estate. Of course not, Margaret said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. But lawyers, you know how they are. They want everything spelled out. I sat down across from them, my legs suddenly weak. What exactly does it say? Bryson flipped through the pages. Standard stuff. In the event of Gilbert's death, his assets remain within the bloodline. You'd still be provided for, obviously. Provided for? A monthly allowance, Margaret said. Very generous, considering. Considering what? The mask slipped from Margaret's face for just a moment. Considering you were a public school teacher when my son met you, considering you've never contributed a dime to this family's wealth. I contributed 3 years of my life. Did you? Margaret leaned forward. Because from where I sit, it looks like you've been living quite comfortably off our generosity. My hands clenched into fists. I worked until you convinced Bryson I should quit. I had my own apartment, my own car, my own life. And now you have so much more, Bryson said. This house, the credit cards, the lifestyle. The agreement just protects that. By making sure I can never claim more than you think I deserve. Rachel, Margaret's voice turned sharp. Let's not pretend this is about love. You saw an opportunity and you took it. There's no shame in that. But now we need to be realistic about expectations. I looked at my husband. Is that what you think? That I married you for money? Bryson wouldn't meet my eyes. I think this is just smart business. Smart business. I repeated the words slowly. Our marriage is smart business. Don't be dramatic, Margaret said. You're still married. You're still family. This just ensures everyone knows their place. Their place. My place was apparently at the bottom of the family hierarchy, grateful for whatever scraps they threw me. What if I don't sign it? The temperature in the room dropped. Margaret and Bryson exchanged a look. Why wouldn't you sign it? Bryson asked. Unless you were planning something. Planning what? I don't know, Margaret said. But refusing to sign would certainly raise questions about your motives. The threat was clear. Sign this or we'll make your life hell. I need time to think about it. There's nothing to think about, Margaret stood up. It's a formality, Rachel, unless you have something to hide. I looked at the document again, at the pages and pages of legal language designed to keep me in my place, to make sure I knew I was an outsider, a charity case, someone who should be grateful for whatever they decided to give me. Fine, I said. I'll sign it. Margaret smiled triumphantly. Bryson looked relieved. I took the pen and signed my name at the bottom of each page, my hand steady despite the rage burning in my chest. They watched me like hawks, making sure I didn't miss a single signature line. There, I said, handing the papers back. Happy now? Very, Margaret said, tucking the document into her purse. I knew you'd be reasonable. After they left, I sat alone in my kitchen, staring at my phone. There was a text message from an unknown number sent just minutes ago. Tomorrow, 8 p.m, my study. Come alone. S. Stella. I smiled for the first time in hours. The Montgomery estate looked different at night, more imposing, more like the fortress it really was. I parked at the back entrance like Stella had instructed, and used the key she'd given me months ago, a key I'd never told Bryson about. The house was dark except for a single light in Stella's study. My footsteps echoed on the marble floors as I made my way through hallways lined with portraits of dead Montgomerys, all of them seeming to judge me as I passed. I knocked softly on the study door. Come in, dear. Stella sat behind her massive oak desk, looking frailer than I'd ever seen her, but her eyes were sharp as ever, and she was smiling. You came, she said. Of course I came. Your text was cryptic. Sit down, Rachel. We have much to discuss. I took the chair across from her desk, the same chair where I'd sat countless times over the past 3 years, drinking tea and talking about books, about life, about everything, except the family that connected us. They made you sign it, didn't they? She asked. My stomach dropped. Sign what? The post-nuptial agreement. Margaret's been planning it for weeks. How did you... I know everything that happens in this family, dear, even when they think I don't. She opened a drawer and pulled out a manila folder. Especially when they think I don't. Stella, I don't understand. My son is dying, Rachel. Gilbert has maybe days left, and my daughter-in-law and grandson are circling like vultures, making sure they get every penny they think they deserve. She stood up slowly and walked to the window overlooking the gardens. Do you know what Margaret said to me last week? She said it was time for me to step back and let the younger generation handle the family finances. She wants you to retire, Stella laughed, but there was no humour in it. She wants me to die, dear, or at least become irrelevant. She's been waiting 30 years for Gilbert and me to get out of her way. But you're not going anywhere. No, I'm not. She turned back to me, which is why I asked you here. She returned to her desk and opened the folder. Inside were legal documents, bank statements, and what looked like a will. I've been watching this family tear itself apart for decades, watching them scheme and plot and betray each other for money. But you're different. Stella, let me finish. Her voice was firm. You married Bryson for love. Foolish, perhaps, but genuine. You've never asked me for anything, never tried to manipulate me or curry favour. You visit me because you enjoy my company, not because you want something from me. She pulled out a document and placed it in front of me. This is my will, Rachel. My real will, not the one Margaret thinks exists. I stared at the papers, afraid to touch them. Why are you showing me this? Because I'm leaving everything to you. The words hit me like a physical blow. What? The business, the properties, the investments, all of it, every penny. Stella, you can't be serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. I stood up, backing away from the desk. This is insane. I'm not even blood family. Blood family? Stella's voice turned bitter. My blood family forced you to sign away your rights to Gilbert's estate today. My blood family has spent years treating you like a servant in your own home. My blood family would sell their souls for $1. But Bryson is weak. He's let his mother poison him against you from day one. He stood by and watched them humiliate you today, didn't he? I couldn't deny it. He had. There's more, Stella continued. Ellis Ray, my lawyer, has been documenting Margaret and Talon's attempts to access my accounts. They've been forging my signature on documents, trying to transfer assets. They're stealing from you. Trying to. Ellis has been feeding them false information, letting them think they're succeeding while building a case against them. She walked around the desk and took my hands. I don't have long, Rachel. Maybe a few months. I want to know that when I'm gone, everything I've built will go to someone who deserves it, someone who won't destroy it out of greed. This will destroy the family. The family destroyed itself long ago. I'm just making sure the pieces fall where they should. A sound in the hallway made us both freeze, footsteps on marble, trying to be quiet, but not quite succeeding. Stella quickly gathered the documents and shoved them back into the folder. Take this, she whispered, pressing the folder into my hands. Hide it. Trust no one except Ellis. The footsteps were getting closer. Go, she hissed. Back door, now. I clutched the folder to my chest and headed for the door, but it was too late. The handle turned and Chloe stepped into the room. Grandmother, she said, her eyes immediately finding me. What's Rachel doing here? Stella didn't miss a beat. She was returning a book I lent her, weren't you, dear? I held up the folder, praying Chloe couldn't see my hands shaking. Pride and Prejudice. You said I could borrow it. Chloe's eyes narrowed. At 9 o'clock at night. I couldn't sleep, I said. Thought I'd read for a while. How considerate of you to return it so quickly. The suspicion in her voice was unmistakable. She knew something was wrong. Well, I said, backing toward the door, I should get going. Bryson will wonder where I am. As I left, I could feel Chloe's eyes boring into my back. The folder felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in my hands. I had Stella's will. I had the power to destroy them all. The question was, did I have the courage to use it? Gilbert died on a Tuesday morning. The call came at 6:47 a.m., Margaret's voice shaking as she told Bryson the news. I watched my husband's face crumble and, for a moment, I forgot about everything else. This was the man I'd married, the one who used to laugh at my terrible jokes and bring me coffee in bed. I'm sorry, I whispered, reaching for his hand. He pulled away. I need to call the funeral home. The next 3 days were a blur of black clothes and forced sympathy. The funeral was held at the biggest church in town, packed with people who'd never spoken to Gilbert but wanted to be seen mourning a Montgomery. I sat in the front pew between Bryson and Sage, watching Margaret play the grieving widow to perfection. She dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, accepting condolences like she was accepting an award. "He was such a good man," she kept saying. "So generous, so loving. The Gilbert I remembered had been kind, especially in those early days of my marriage. He'd defended me once when Margaret made a particularly cruel comment about my background. But that was before the family poison really took hold, before he started looking at me like I was something that had crawled out from under a rock." "Beautiful service," someone whispered behind me. "Yes, though I'm sure the real drama will come later," came the reply. "You know how these wealthy families are when it comes to wills." I felt Bryson tense beside me. Across the aisle, Talon was whispering something to Chloe, both of them glancing in my direction. After the burial, everyone gathered at the Montgomery estate for the reception. I helped serve food and drinks, playing the dutiful daughter-in-law, while the family's friends and business associates offered their condolences. "Rachel, dear," Mrs. Whitmore from the country club cornered me by the buffet table. "How are you holding up? This must be so difficult." "We're managing, thank you." "I'm sure you are, though I imagine things will be different now, with Gilbert gone." The way she said it made my skin crawl, like she knew something I didn't. "Excuse me," I said, stepping away from her. I found Stella in the garden, sitting alone on a bench beneath the old oak tree. She looked exhausted, older than her 81 years. "How are you doing?" I asked, sitting beside her. "I've buried my husband, my eldest son, and now Gilbert. I'm tired, Rachel, so very tired." "I'm sorry," she patted my hand. "He wasn't always like he became, you know. Gilbert was a sweet boy once, before Margaret got her claws into him." "Stella, she's already started, hasn't she? The whispers, the looks, making sure everyone knows you don't belong." I glanced back at the house, where I could see Margaret, holding court on the terrace, surrounded by well-dressed mourners. "She cornered me yesterday," I said. "Asked if I was prepared for the changes ahead." "And what did you tell her?" "That I didn't know what she meant." Stella smiled grimly. "Good. Let them think you're naive. It'll make what comes next easier." "What comes next?" Before she could answer, Bryson appeared on the garden path. "There you are," he said to me. "People are asking for you." "I'll be right there." He hesitated, looking between Stella and me. "Everything okay out here?" "Just two old friends talking," Stella said. "Nothing that concerns you, dear." Something flickered across Bryson's face. Suspicion? Fear? But he just nodded and walked back toward the house. "He's scared," Stella said quietly. "Of what?" "Of losing control. Of you having more power than he thinks you deserve." That evening, after the last guest had left, the family gathered in Gilbert's study. Margaret sat behind his desk like she already owned it, while Bryson and Talon flanked her like bodyguards. Chloe perched on the arm of a chair, and Sage stood by the window looking uncomfortable. "Well," Margaret said, I suppose we should discuss arrangements." "What kind of arrangements?" Sage asked. "The business, the properties, the investments. Someone needs to take charge." "The will reading isn't until next week," I said. Margaret's smile was sharp. "Oh, I think we all know how that will go. Gilbert was very clear about his wishes." "Was he?" Stella's voice cut through the room like a blade. She stood in the doorway, leaning heavily on her cane. "Because I seem to remember him being quite confused these past few months." "Mother," Margaret's voice was strained, "you should be resting." "I've been resting for 3 days. I think that's quite enough." Stella made her way to an empty chair, and I noticed how everyone shifted uncomfortably. Even Margaret looked nervous. "The will reading is scheduled for Friday," Stella continued. "Ellis will be here at 2 o'clock sharp. I suggest you all be present." "Of course we'll be present," Talon said. "We're family." Stella's eyes found mine across the room. Yes, family. The word hung in the air like a challenge. As everyone filed out, Ellis Ray appeared at my elbow. I hadn't even seen him come in. "Mrs. Montgomery," he said quietly, "might I have a word?" We stepped into the hallway, away from the others. "Are you ready for Friday?" he asked. My mouth went dry. "I don't know if anyone can be ready for something like this. You're stronger than you think, and you're not alone. Ellis, what if—" "No what ifs, just be there. 2 o'clock. And Rachel." "Yes." "Bring your courage. You're going to need it." Friday arrived like a storm I'd been watching build on the horizon for days. By 1:45 p.m, Stella's study was packed with Montgomerys and their lawyers. The air was thick with expensive perfume and barely contained greed. Margaret sat in the front row like she was attending a coronation, wearing a black Chanel suit that probably cost more than most people's cars. Bryson was beside her, checking his phone every 30 seconds. Talon had positioned himself near the door, like he was planning his escape route. Chloe sat with perfect posture, her hands folded in her lap, while Saig fidgeted in the back corner. I took a seat near the window, trying to make myself invisible. My hands were shaking, so I clasped them together in my lap. At exactly 2 o'clock, Ellis Ray entered carrying a leather briefcase. He was followed by 2 other lawyers I didn't recognize and a court stenographer. "Good afternoon, everyone," Ellis said, settling behind Stella's massive desk. "We're here for the reading of Gilbert Montgomery's last will and testament." "Finally," Talon muttered. Ellis opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick document. "Before we begin, I need to clarify something. This will was executed 6 months ago, superseding all previous versions." Margaret nodded approvingly. "Gilbert was very thorough." "Indeed he was." Ellis cleared his throat. "To my wife, Margaret, I leave the sum of $50,000 and my personal effects." The room went dead silent. Margaret's face turned white. "I'm sorry, what?" she said. $50,000, Ellis repeated. "To my son Bryson, I leave the sum of $25,000. To my daughter Chloe, $25,000. To my son Sage, $25,000. "That's impossible," Bryson stood up. "There has to be more." "I'm afraid not. The remainder of Gilbert's estate, approximately $2 million, goes to various charities." Margaret shot to her feet. "This is ridiculous. Gilbert had over $20 million in assets." "Gilbert had approximately $2 million in assets that were solely his," Ellis said calmly. "The rest belongs to someone else." "Who?" Talon demanded. Ellis smiled. "That brings us to the second will we're reading today." My heart stopped beating. "The last will and testament of Stella Montgomery." "What?" Margaret's voice was a shriek. "She's not dead." "No, but she's chosen to execute her will while she's still alive to see it carried out. It's perfectly legal." Stella appeared in the doorway, moving slowly but with purpose. She made her way to a chair near Ellis's desk, her cane tapping against the marble floor. "Hello, family," she said. "Grandmother, what's going on?" Chloe asked. "Justice," Stella replied simply. Ellis opened a second document. "To my daughter-in-law Margaret, I leave nothing. She has taken enough." Margaret's mouth fell open. "To my grandson Bryson, I leave nothing. He has shown himself to be weak and easily manipulated." Bryson's face went red. "You can't do this." "To my granddaughter Chloe, I leave nothing. She has spent years scheming behind my back." "This is insane," Chloe shouted. "To my grandson Talon, I leave nothing. His attempts to forge my signature and steal from me have been well documented." Talon went pale. "We have security footage, dear," Stella said sweetly. Ellis continued reading. "To my grandson Saig, I leave the sum of $1 million, as he is the only one who has never asked me for money or treated me as a means to an end." Saig looked stunned. "Grandmother, The remainder of my estate, Ellis's voice grew stronger, including all business holdings, properties, investments and liquid assets totaling approximately $47 million, I leave to Rachel Montgomery. The room exploded. "What?" Margaret screamed. "That's impossible," Bryson shouted. "She's not even blood family." "She can't do this." Talon was on his feet. "We'll contest it." "On what grounds?" Ellis asked calmly. "Mrs. Stella Montgomery is of sound mind and body. She can leave her assets to whomever she chooses. She's a gold digger." Margaret pointed at me like I was something diseased. "She manipulated a sick old woman." "I'm sitting right here, Margaret," Stella said, "and I'm neither sick nor manipulated. I'm disgusted." Bryson turned to me, his face twisted with rage. "You planned this. You've been working on her for years." I found my voice. "I had no idea." "Liar!" Chloe screamed. "You scheming little—" "Enough!" Stella's cane hit the floor with a sharp crack. "Rachel has never asked me for a single thing. She visits me because she enjoys my company. She listens when I speak. She treats me like a human being instead of a bank account. This is fraud," Margaret said, her voice shaking. "I'll have you arrested." "For what? Leaving my own money to someone I care about?" Ellis cleared his throat. "There's one more thing. The post-nuptial agreement signed earlier this week is null and void, as it only pertained to Gilbert's assets, not Stella's." The colour drained from Bryson's face. "The post-nup is worthless," Ellis confirmed. "Rachel is now one of the wealthiest women in the state." I sat there in shock as chaos erupted around me. Margaret was screaming about lawyers and lawsuits. Bryson was pacing like a caged animal. Talon was making threats. Chloe was crying angry tears. Through it all, Stella sat calmly, watching her family tear itself apart. "You've destroyed us," Margaret said, her voice breaking. "Your own family." "No, Margaret," Stella replied. "You destroyed yourselves. I just made sure you couldn't take anyone else down with you." Ellis began packing up his papers. "The transfer of assets will begin immediately. Rachel, I'll need to meet with you next week to discuss the details." I nodded, still unable to speak. As the family filed out, hurling accusations and threats, Bryson stopped in front of me. "This isn't over," he said quietly. "You think you've won, but you have no idea what you've started. Bryson, don't. Just don't." He walked away, leaving me alone with Stella and Ellis. "Well," Stella said, "that went about as expected." I looked at her, this tiny woman who had just handed me an empire and destroyed her own family in the process. "What have we done?" I whispered. "What needed to be done?" she replied. "The question is, what will you do now?" The first attack came Monday morning. I woke up to my phone buzzing non-stop with notifications. Someone had leaked the story to the press, and it was everywhere. "Gold digger inherits millions," screamed the headline on the local news website. The article painted me as a manipulative outsider who'd seduced a vulnerable old woman out of her fortune. My photo was everywhere. Old pictures from my teaching days, wedding photos, even a blurry shot of me leaving the grocery store last week. The comments section was brutal. "She looks like a snake. Poor family getting robbed by this nobody. Hope they contest the will and take her for everything. Bryson hadn't come home Friday night. Or Saturday. Or Sunday." I'd been alone in our house, jumping at every sound, wondering when the other shoe would drop. The doorbell rang at 8 a.m. sharp. I peered through the peephole and saw a man in an expensive suit holding a briefcase. "Mrs. Montgomery, I'm David Fletcher, attorney for the Montgomery family. I'd like to discuss a settlement." "I'm not interested." "I think you should hear what we're offering. It's quite generous." Against my better judgment, I opened the door. He pushed past me into the living room like he owned the place. "Beautiful home," he said, looking around. "Shame you'll have to give it up." "Excuse me? The house is in Bryson's name, as is the car in your driveway. The credit cards you've been using, all of it belongs to the Montgomery family." My stomach dropped. He was right. We're prepared to offer you $5 million to renounce your claim to Stella's estate. $5 million? It's more than you ever dreamed of having, I'm sure. You could disappear, start over somewhere else, live comfortably for the rest of your life. And if I refuse, his smile was cold, then we make your life very uncomfortable. We have resources, Mrs. Montgomery, connections. We can make sure you never work again, never have peace again. Get out. Think about it. You have 24 hours. After he left, I called Ellis. They offered you money, he asked, $5 million, and threatened me if I don't take it. Standard intimidation tactics. Don't worry, we expected this. Ellis, I can't even access my own bank account. Bryson froze everything. I'll have new accounts set up for you by this afternoon. And Rachel, don't go anywhere alone. These people are desperate. That evening, Sagi showed up at my door. She looked exhausted, her usually perfect hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. Can I come in? I hesitated. Are you here to threaten me too? No, I'm here to apologize. I let her in, and we sat in the living room where her family's lawyer had threatened me that morning. I had no idea, she said, about any of it. The post-nup, the will, the way they've been treating you. You were there Sunday night when they humiliated me. I know, and I should have said something. I should have stood up for you. She looked down at her hands. I've always been the baby, you know, the one they don't take seriously, so I just stayed quiet. Why are you here, Sage? Because they're planning something. Margaret called a family meeting for tomorrow night. She's hired investigators to dig up dirt on you. They're going to try to prove you manipulated grandmother. I didn't manipulate anyone. I know that. But they're desperate, and desperate people do terrible things. She stood up to leave, then turned back. Rachel, be careful. Talon's been talking about taking care of the problem. I don't think he just means legally. After she left, I double-checked all the locks and closed all the curtains. I was making dinner when my phone rang. Unknown number. Hello. Heavy breathing then. You know they won't stop. Watch your back. The line went dead. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking. Someone was watching me. Someone wanted me scared. The next morning I found my car tires slashed. All 4 of them cut clean through. A note was tucked under the windshield wiper. This is just the beginning. I called Ellis, who immediately sent a security team to the house. You're staying at a hotel tonight, he said. This is escalating too quickly. I won't be driven out of my own home. It's not your home, Rachel. It's Bryson's. And right now, that makes it dangerous. That afternoon, Chloe called. We need to talk, she said. I don't think that's a good idea. Please, just coffee, public place. I have something you need to know. Against Ellis's advice, I met her at a busy cafe downtown. She was already there when I arrived, looking nervous. Thank you for coming, she said. What do you want, Chloe? I want to make a deal. What kind of deal? She leaned forward. I know about the documents, the ones proving Talon and Margaret have been stealing from grandmother. My blood went cold. What about them? I have copies, bank records, forged signatures, everything. I've been collecting evidence for months. Why? Because I knew this day would come. I knew grandmother would eventually get fed up with their greed. She pulled a flash drive from her purse. This contains everything, enough to send them both to prison. What do you want for it? 10 million from your inheritance. I stared at her. You're blackmailing me. I'm offering you protection. With this evidence, they can't touch you. Without it, she shrugged. Well, you've seen what they're capable of. And if I refuse, then I give this to Margaret. Let her know exactly how much evidence exists against her. I'm sure she'll be very motivated to make it disappear. She slid the flash drive across the table. You have until tomorrow night to decide. The family meeting is at 8. Come alone and bring your answer. As she walked away, I realized the game had changed completely. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was war. I arrived at the Montgomery estate at 7:55 p.m. clutching the flash drive in my sweaty palm. The security team Ellis had hired followed at a distance, parked just outside the gates. I'd insisted on going in alone, but I wasn't stupid. The front door was unlocked. I walked through the marble foyer, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Voices drifted from the study, angry, hushed whispers that stopped the moment I appeared in the doorway. They were all there. Margaret sat behind the desk like a queen holding court. Bryson stood beside her, his face hard as stone. Talon leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed. Chloe perched on the edge of a chair, watching me with calculating eyes. "Rachel," Margaret said, her voice dripping false sweetness, "how good of you to join us." "Let's get this over with," I said. "Straight to business, I like that." Margaret stood up. "We have a proposition. I already heard your lawyer's offer. The answer is no." "This is different." Bryson stepped forward. "We're prepared to offer you $15 million, cash. You sign over the inheritance and disappear. And if I refuse, then we destroy you," Talon said simply. "We have investigators digging into every aspect of your life, your finances, your past relationships, your family. We'll find something." "There's nothing to find." "There's always something," Margaret said. "A tax discrepancy, a questionable friendship, a moment of poor judgment. We'll manufacture something if we have to." I looked at Chloe. "And what's your role in this?" She held up an identical flash drive. "Insurance policy, in case you get any ideas about fighting back." "You made copies?" "I made copies of copies. This evidence could disappear very easily. Computer crashes, fires, theft. These things happen." I pulled out my own flash drive and set it on the desk. "Then I guess we're at a standstill." The room went silent, Margaret's eyes fixed on the drive like it was a snake. "What is that?" she asked. "Everything. Bank records, forged documents, security footage of Talon breaking into Stella's office. 3 years' worth of theft and fraud." Talon's face went white. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" I looked directly at him. "Should I mention the $50,000 you took from the charity fund last Christmas? Or the fake invoices you've been submitting to the business accounts?" "You little—" He started toward me, but Bryson grabbed his arm. "How did you get this?" Margaret demanded. "Stella's been watching you for years. She knew exactly what you were doing." "Impossible. She's a senile old woman. She's sharper than all of you combined. And she's been building a case against you since the day you married into this family." Margaret's mask finally slipped. The polished society matron disappeared, replaced by something ugly and desperate. "You think you're so clever," she hissed. "But you're nothing. A nobody from nowhere who got lucky. Maybe, but I'm a nobody with $47 million and enough evidence to put you in prison." "We'll contest the will," Bryson said. "Prove you manipulated her." "With what evidence? The fact that I visited her? That I treated her with respect? That I never asked her for money?" "We'll say you isolated her from her family." I laughed. "You isolated yourselves. When's the last time any of you had a real conversation with Stella? When's the last time you asked about her day, her health, her feelings? You only talked to her when you wanted something." "She's our grandmother," Chloe shouted. "She's your ATM. There's a difference." The door opened and Stella walked in. She moved slowly, leaning heavily on her cane, but her presence filled the room. "Don't stop on my account," she said. "This is fascinating." "Grandmother?" Margaret's voice turned sickeningly sweet. "We were just discussing—" "I heard what you were discussing. I've been listening from the hallway for 10 minutes. Margaret's face crumpled. "Mother, please, we can work this out. Family should stick together." "Family?" Stella's voice was ice. "You mean the family that's been stealing from me for years? The family that forced my grandson's wife to sign away her rights? The family that's been plotting my death so you can get your hands on my money? We never— Don't lie to me, Margaret. I have security cameras throughout this house. I know about the meetings, the lawyers, the investigators. I know you hired someone to follow Rachel. She moved to stand beside me, her small frame somehow commanding the entire room. You want to contest my will? Go ahead. But first, explain to a judge why you've been forging my signature. Explain the missing money, the fake documents, the attempted fraud. You can't prove anything, Talon said, but his voice shook. Stella smiled. Ellis has been working with the FBI for 6 months. They have everything they need. The colour drained from his face. Here's what's going to happen, Stella continued. You're going to leave, all of you. You're going to stay away from Rachel, stay away from me, and pray that I don't decide to press charges. This is our home too, Bryson said desperately. No, it's not. It's my home, and you're no longer welcome in it. Margaret started crying ugly, desperate sobs. Please, Mother, we're family. You stopped being my family the day you decided I was worth more to you dead than alive. Stella turned to me. Rachel, would you please call security? I'd like these people removed from my property. As I reached for my phone, Bryson grabbed my wrist. This isn't over, he whispered. You think you've won, but you've just made enemies of the wrong people. I looked into his eyes, the eyes of the man I'd once loved, and saw nothing but hatred. Let go of me, I said quietly. He released my wrist and stepped back. I never loved you. I want you to know that. This whole marriage was just convenient. The words should have hurt. 3 years ago, they would have destroyed me. Now, they just made me tired. I know, I said. I've known for a long time. Security arrived within minutes. I watched from the window as the Montgomery family was escorted off their own property, their threats and pleas echoing across the manicured lawn. When the last car disappeared through the gates, Stella sank into her chair. Well, she said, that's that. I looked around the empty study, at the portraits of dead Montgomerys staring down at us with disapproval. What have we done? I whispered. What needed to be done? Stella replied. But Rachel... Yes, the hard part is just beginning. Stella died in her sleep on a Wednesday morning in October. I found her in her favourite chair in the sunroom, a book open in her lap, looking peaceful for the first time in months. The housekeeper called 911, but we both knew it was too late. The funeral was small, just me, Ellis, a few business associates, and, surprisingly, Sage. She sat in the back row, crying quietly into a tissue. She was the only one who ever really saw me, Sage said afterward as we stood by the grave. I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you sooner. You stood up when it mattered. She hugged me, and I realised she was the only Montgomery I'd miss. The headlines started the next day. Montgomery matriarch dies, leaves fortune to daughter-in-law. The reporters camped outside the estate gates, shouting questions whenever I drove past. But there were other headlines too. Montgomery family under FBI investigation. Fraud charges filed against prominent family members. Talon was arrested first, led away in handcuffs from his downtown office. The news footage showed him trying to hide his face with a briefcase. Margaret followed 2 days later, her mugshot making the front page of every newspaper in the state. Bryson wasn't charged. He'd been weak and manipulated, but not criminal. Still, his law practice collapsed overnight. No one wanted to hire a lawyer whose family was under federal investigation. I was in Ellis's office signing papers to establish the Stella Montgomery Foundation when his secretary knocked on the door. Mrs. Montgomery, there's a woman here to see you, says she's your sister-in-law. Chloe walked in looking nothing like the polished socialite I'd known. Her hair was unwashed, her clothes wrinkled. She'd lost weight. I need to talk to you, she said. Ellis started to leave, but I stopped him. Stay. Whatever she has to say, she can say it in front of my lawyer. Chloe sat down heavily. I'm broke. The FBI froze all my accounts. They think I was involved in the fraud. Were you? No, I knew about it and didn't stop it. She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. I need help, Rachel. I have nowhere else to go. What about your trust fund? Gone. Talon convinced me to invest it in one of his schemes. It was all fake companies and shell accounts. I studied her face, looking for signs of deception. All I saw was desperation. What do you want from me? A job. A chance to start over. I'll do anything. Clean houses, wait tables, whatever. Why should I help you? You tried to blackmail me. Because, she started crying. Because I'm sorry, because I was scared and stupid and I let my family turn me into someone I hate. Ellis cleared his throat. The foundation will need administrative staff, entry-level positions. I looked at him, surprised. Everyone deserves a second chance, he said quietly. Minimum wage, I told Chloe. No special treatment. You'll work for everything you get. Thank you, she whispered. I won't let you down. The foundation launched on Stella's birthday. We focused on education, scholarships for kids from low-income families, funding for public schools, literacy programs. Everything Stella would have loved. I was reviewing grant applications in my new office when Ellis knocked on the door. There's someone here to see you. Bryson walked in and I barely recognised him. He'd lost weight, his expensive suits replaced by jeans and a wrinkled shirt. His hair needed cutting. Hello, Rachel. What do you want? To apologise and to ask for a divorce. I set down my pen. I thought you'd already filed. I couldn't afford a lawyer. Turns out when your family's assets are frozen and your practice collapses, money gets tight fast. So, you want me to pay for our divorce? He flinched. I know how that sounds. It sounds like you're still trying to use me. Maybe I am. He sat down across from my desk. But I also wanted to tell you something. That night at the estate, when I said I never loved you, that was a lie. I felt nothing. No pain, no relief, no satisfaction. Just emptiness. I did love you, Rachel. In the beginning, but my family, they poisoned everything. They made me believe you were the enemy. I was never your enemy, Bryson. I was your wife. I know that now, when it's too late. I opened my desk drawer and pulled out a cheque. This should cover your legal fees. He stared at the amount. This is too much. Consider it severance pay for 3 years of marriage. He took the cheque with shaking hands. What happens now? Now you figure out who you are without your family's money, without their influence. Maybe you'll like the person you find. And us? There is no us. There hasn't been for a long time. He nodded and stood up. At the door he turned back. For what it's worth, I think Grandmother chose the right person. You'll do good things with her money. I already am. After he left, I walked to the window overlooking the city. Down below, people hurried along the sidewalks, living their lives, chasing their dreams. Some of them would apply for our scholarships. Some of their children would benefit from our programs. Stella had given me more than money. She'd given me purpose. My phone buzzed with a text from Sage. Saw the foundation announcement. Grandmother would be proud. She was right. Stella would be proud. The Montgomerys had spent generations accumulating wealth, hoarding it, using it as a weapon against each other. But money was just a tool. What mattered was how you used it. I thought about the scared teacher who'd married into this family, desperate to belong somewhere. She'd gotten her revenge, but more importantly, she'd found her power, and she was just getting started.
The smell hit me first. That antiseptic cocktail of bleach and decay that clings to everything when someone's dying at home. I stood in the doorway of my childhood bedroom, suitcase in hand, staring at the hospital bed that had replaced my old twin mattress. Olivia, honey, is that you? Mum's voice drifted from downstairs, weaker than I remembered from our phone calls. Coming, Mom, I called back, my voice cracking on the words. My name is Olivia, and 3 weeks ago I walked into my boss's office and quit the best job I'd ever had. HR manager at a tech startup, corner office, 6-figure salary, gone. Because when your mother calls to tell you the cancer's spread and she has maybe 6 months left, you don't really have a choice. Do you? I found her in the living room, curled up in Dad's old recliner with a blanket pulled to her chin. The woman who used to fill every room with her laugh now looked like she might disappear into the cushions. There's my girl. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. How was the drive? Fine, traffic wasn't too bad. I bent down to kiss her forehead, shocked by how fragile she felt. Have you eaten today? Marley brought me soup yesterday. Or was it the day before? She waved a dismissive hand. Time's funny now. Marley, my younger sister who lived 2 hours away and visited maybe once a week if we were lucky. I bit back the comment forming on my tongue. Well, I'm here now. We'll get you on a proper schedule. Over the next few days, I learned the brutal arithmetic of caregiving. Pills every 4 hours, physical therapy appointments, insurance calls that lasted longer than the actual treatments. I set up a command centre at the kitchen table, pill organisers, appointment cards, a notebook where I tracked everything because the doctors always asked and Mum couldn't remember. You don't have to write down every little thing, Mum said one morning, watching me log her breakfast. I'm not completely helpless. I know, it just helps me keep track. She was quiet for a moment. Marley says you always were the controlling one. The pen froze in my hand. When did she say that? Oh, you know how she talks. She worries about you giving up your whole life for me. Right. Marley worried about me. The same Marley who'd sent exactly 3 texts since I'd been home, all variations of, how's Mom, with no follow-up questions. That afternoon, while Mum napped, I tackled the mail pile. Bills, medical statements, the usual junk. Then I found it, a bank statement with Mum's name on it, showing a withdrawal for $800. Cash. Last Tuesday. I stared at the paper. Mum hadn't left the house in weeks. I certainly hadn't made any withdrawals. Mum, I called softly from the kitchen doorway. She was still sleeping, her breathing shallow but steady. I pulled out my phone and called the bank. Yes, I can confirm that withdrawal was made in person, the representative said after I'd verified Mum's information. Tuesday at 2:47 p.m. at our downtown branch. Can you tell me who made the withdrawal? I'm sorry, I can only confirm it was an authorized user on the account. Authorized user. Mum had added Marley to her accounts years ago, back when she was still healthy, and it seemed like a reasonable precaution. But $800 in cash? For what? I hung up and stared at the statement again. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe Mum had asked Marley to get money for something and forgotten. The medication made her foggy sometimes. But that nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. That evening, Mum picked at her dinner while I tried to make conversation. Marley called today, she said suddenly. Oh? What did she say? She's worried about the expenses. Says the medical bills are adding up fast. Mum set down her fork. She thinks maybe we should look into other options. Other options? You know, a facility, somewhere with proper care. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Mum, we talked about this. You want to stay home. That's why I'm here. I know, sweetheart. But Marley has a point. This is expensive, and you're not working. She trailed off, looking guilty. The money isn't your concern. That's what savings are for. But even as I said it, I thought about that $800 withdrawal, about Marley's sudden interest in our expenses, about the way Mum's tone had changed when she mentioned my sister's name. Later that night, I sat in my childhood bedroom, laptop open, trying to make sense of the finances. Everything seemed in order, except for that one withdrawal. I made a note to ask Mum about it tomorrow. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Your sister's not who you think she is. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering. Wrong number. Prank. I typed back. Who is this? No response. I set the phone aside and tried to focus on the spreadsheet, but the words blurred together. Downstairs, I could hear Mum coughing, a wet sound that meant I'd need to check on her soon. But first, I had some questions that needed answers. Marley showed up Saturday morning like she was arriving at a photo shoot. Designer jeans, perfect makeup, carrying a bouquet of grocery store flowers that probably cost more than I'd spent on food all week. "Livy," she swept into the house, all smiles and energy. "How's our patient today?" Mom's face lit up in a way I hadn't seen since I'd been home. "Marley, honey, you look beautiful." "Oh, thanks, Mum." Marley bent down for a careful hug, then immediately pulled out her phone. "Let me get a picture with you. You look so much better than last week." I watched from the kitchen doorway as she positioned herself next to Mum's chair, angling the phone for the best lighting. Mum tried to smooth her hair, suddenly self-conscious. "Perfect," Marley said, snapping several shots. "I'll post this later so everyone knows you're doing well." "Marlies," I said, stepping into the room, "can I talk to you for a minute?" "Sure, but let me just..." She was already typing on her phone, probably crafting the perfect caption about being a devoted daughter. "Now." She looked up, eyebrows raised. Okay, Mum, I'll be right back." I led her to the kitchen and closed the door. $800, I said without preamble. "What?" "The withdrawal from Mum's account last Tuesday. What was it for?" Marley Shook's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind her eyes. "Oh, that. Mum asked me to get some cash for household expenses. You know, groceries, prescriptions, stuff like that. $800 worth. Have you seen how much her medications cost? Plus, she wanted to have some cash on hand for emergencies." Marley shrugged. "I don't see what the big deal is." "The big deal is that I'm handling all the expenses now. I have a system set up. If Mum needed cash, she could have asked me." "Maybe she didn't want to bother you. You've been pretty stressed lately." The casual way she said it made my jaw clench. "I'm not stressed. I'm taking care of our dying mother." "Right, and we're all grateful for that. But maybe you're taking on too much. Mum mentioned you've been writing down everything she eats, timing her medications to the minute." Marley's voice took on a concerned tone. "That's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. Someone has to keep track. Or maybe you're being a little controlling." The kitchen door opened before I could respond. Mum shuffled in, looking between us with worried eyes. "Girls, please don't fight. I can hear you from the living room." "We're not fighting, Mum," Marley said quickly, moving to put an arm around her. "Olivia's just concerned about money, which I totally understand. Taking care of you is expensive." "It's not about the money. Actually," Marley continued, "I've been thinking we should have someone look at the finances, make sure everything's being handled properly. You know, for Mum's peace of mind." Mum nodded slowly. "That's not a bad idea. Jasper could take a look." Jasper, the family lawyer who'd handled Dad's estate and Mum's will. I felt like I was being manoeuvred into a corner. "Fine," I said, "if that's what you want." "It's just to make sure everything's above board," Marley said. "I mean, you've been handling a lot of cash transactions lately." "What cash transactions?" "Well, the grocery money, the pharmacy runs, household expenses. It adds up, and with Mum's condition, she might not remember every little purchase." I stared at her. "Are you suggesting I'm stealing from Mum?" "Of course not. I'm just saying it would be good to have documentation, for tax purposes and stuff." Mum looked distressed. "Girls, please. I trust both of you completely." "I know you do, Mom," Marley said, squeezing her shoulder. "But Olivia's given up her job, her apartment, her whole life to be here. That's a lot of financial pressure. Maybe she's feeling tempted to supplement her income a little." The room went dead silent. I could hear the refrigerator humming, the clock ticking on the wall, my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. "Supplement my income?" My voice came out deadly quiet. I'm not accusing you of anything, Marley said quickly. I'm just saying it would be natural if... Get out. Olivia. Get out of this house right now. Mom, see what I mean? Marley turned to our mother with wounded eyes. This is exactly the kind of defensive behaviour that worries me. Mom looked torn, glancing between us. Maybe we should all just calm down. I am calm, I said. I'm calmly asking my sister to leave. Marley gathered her purse, her expression shifting to martyred sadness. I'll call you later, Mum. Try not to let this stress you out too much. She kissed Mum's cheek and headed for the door, then paused. Oh, and Olivia? You might want to save those receipts. Jasper's going to want to see them. After she left, Mum and I sat in uncomfortable silence. Finally, she spoke. She's just worried about you, honey. We both are. I know, Mum, but as I helped her back to her chair, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just been played. Marley had walked in here, planted seeds of doubt about my character, and left me looking like the unstable one. That night, after Mum was asleep, I found myself standing at the kitchen window, staring out at the dark street. My phone was on the counter, and I kept glancing at it, thinking about that anonymous text. Finally, I picked it up and scrolled through my contacts until I found Amara's number. She lived next door and had been Mum's friend for 20 years. If anyone would give me a straight answer, it would be her. Amara, it's Olivia. Can we talk? Amara came over Sunday morning with coffee and the kind of direct stare that meant business. Your sister's up to something, she said before I'd even closed the front door. What do you mean? I mean, I've been watching this family for 20 years, and that girl has never cared about anyone but herself. Amara set the coffee cups on the kitchen table. Now suddenly, she's concerned about finances. She says she's worried about Mom. Bullshit. Amara's voice was flat. She's worried about her inheritance. The word hung in the air between us. I'd been dancing around it for days, but hearing someone else say it out loud made my stomach drop. You think that's what this is about? Honey, your mother owns this house outright, has a decent life insurance policy, and probably has more in savings than she lets on. Marley knows that. Before I could respond, Mum called from the living room. Olivia, could you come here for a minute? I found her sitting up in her chair, looking more alert than she had in days. I've been thinking about what Marley said yesterday, she began, about the expenses. Mum, you don't need to worry about how much are you spending on groceries each week? The question caught me off guard. I don't know, maybe $60, $70? That seems like a lot for just the two of us. You're on a special diet. The organic stuff costs more, but the doctor said... And the prescriptions, how much are those running? I stared at her. These were questions she'd never asked before. Mum, what's this about? I just want to make sure we're being responsible. Marley showed me some articles about elder financial abuse. Did you know it's one of the fastest growing crimes in America? My blood went cold. Elder financial abuse. It's when family members take advantage of older people who can't keep track of their money anymore. Mum's voice was matter-of-fact, like she was reading from a pamphlet. The articles said it often starts small, a few dollars here and there. Mum, who showed you these articles? Marley emailed them to me. She's just looking out for my best interests. I felt like the ground was shifting under my feet. Can I see these emails? Oh, I deleted them. But she explained everything. How caregivers sometimes feel entitled to compensation beyond what's agreed upon. What's agreed upon? We never agreed on anything. I'm here because you're my mother. Mom looked uncomfortable. I know, sweetheart. But Marley thinks we should formalize the arrangement. Maybe set up a proper caregiver salary with documentation. A salary? It would protect both of us. Make sure everything's above board. I sat down heavily on the couch. This was Marley's work. I could practically hear her voice in Mom's words. Did she suggest an amount for this salary? Well, she looked up what professional caregivers make. It's quite expensive, actually. Much more than I can afford long term. There it was, the trap closing around me. So, what are you saying? I'm saying maybe we need to consider other options. There's a lovely facility about 30 minutes away. Marley and I looked at their website. When did you and Marley look at anything together? She calls every day, honey, sometimes twice a day. She's very involved. Every day? I'd been here 3 weeks and had seen Marley exactly twice. What do you two talk about? Oh, you know, how I'm feeling, what the doctors are saying. She asks a lot of questions about the household expenses. Mum paused. She's worried you're overwhelmed. I'm not overwhelmed. You seem tense lately. Marley noticed it too. I wanted to scream. Instead, I stood up. I need to check your medications. In the kitchen, I pulled out my phone and called Marley. Hey, Livy, how's Mum today? We need to talk. Sure, what's up? Stop calling her every day and filling her head with garbage about elder abuse. Silence. Then, I have no idea what you're talking about. The articles, Marley? The suggestions about caregiver salaries and nursing homes. I'm just trying to help Mum make informed decisions. She's vulnerable right now. She's vulnerable because she's dying, not because she's stupid. Nobody said she was stupid. But her judgment might be compromised. The medications, the stress of being sick. Her judgment is fine. Is it? Because she told me she can't remember giving you permission to spend $800 last week. My hand tightened on the phone. What's $800? The cash you took from her account. She's confused about it. I never took any cash from her account. You did. That's not what Mum remembers. The kitchen started spinning. Put her on the phone. She's resting right now. But, Olivia, maybe we should have Jasper come by sooner rather than later, just to clear up any confusion. Fine. Call him. Already did. He'll be here Tuesday. The line went dead. I stood there holding the phone, trying to process what had just happened. Somehow, in the space of a week, I'd gone from devoted daughter to suspected thief. That afternoon, while Mum napped, I went through her desk looking for those emails Marley had supposedly sent. I found them in the trash folder on her laptop. 23 emails over the past 2 weeks, all from Marley, all carefully crafted to sound concerned while systematically undermining my credibility. I'm worried Olivia might be feeling entitled to compensation. Have you noticed any unusual spending patterns? It's common for caregivers to rationalise small thefts as payment for their services. You might not remember every transaction, but that's normal with your medications. Each email was a masterpiece of manipulation, designed to make Mom question her own memory and my motives. The last email was sent yesterday, after Marlague's visit. Mom, I'm so glad we talked about getting Jasper involved. Olivia's defensive reaction when I brought up the finances is exactly what the articles warned about. Please don't let her know I'm sending you these resources. She might try to delete them or convince you not to read them. I love you and I'm just trying to protect you. M. I printed every single email. Then I sat at the kitchen table and waited for Tuesday to come. Mum's birthday fell on Thursday, and Marley insisted on throwing a party. Just family and a few close friends, she said when she called Tuesday night. Nothing big. Mum deserves to celebrate. What Mum deserved was rest, but I didn't have the energy to fight anymore. Jasper's visit that afternoon had been a nightmare. He'd reviewed the finances with a fine-tooth comb while Marley sat there looking concerned, and I felt like a criminal in my own home. Everything appears to be in order, he'd finally said, but his tone suggested he'd be watching me closely from now on. Thursday morning, Marley arrived with Leon in tow, carrying bags of decorations and enough food to feed 20 people. "Where do you want the balloons?" Leon asked, already pulling streamers from a bag. "Wherever Olivia thinks is best," Marley said sweetly. She knows Mum's preferences better than anyone. Leon was Marley's boyfriend of 6 months, a personal trainer with arms like tree trunks and the personality of wet cardboard. He followed Marley around like a loyal dog, carrying her bags and agreeing with everything she said. "This is too much," I told Marley as she arranged flowers in the living room. "Mum gets tired easily." "It's her birthday, Livy. She should feel special." "She feels special every day. She doesn't need a production. Maybe that's the difference between us. I think Mum deserves to be celebrated." The guests started arriving at 2. Amara came with a homemade cake. A few neighbours stopped by. Then, to my surprise, Bailey showed up. Uncle Bailey was Dad's younger brother, and we hadn't seen him in probably 5 years. He'd had some falling out with Mom after Dad died. Something about money, though I'd never gotten the full story. "Bailey," Mum's face lit up when she saw him. "I can't believe you're here. Wouldn't miss it, Viv." He bent down to hug her, then straightened and looked around the room. His eyes landed on Marley. "Hello, Marley." "Uncle Bailey, what a surprise." "I bet it is." The tension was immediate and obvious. Marley's smile became strained, and Leon moved closer to her side. "How did you even know about the party?" Marley asked. "Amara called me. Said Vivian was having a rough time and could use some family support." Bailey's gaze shifted to me. "Hello, Olivia. I hear you've been taking good care of your mother." "I'm trying." "That's more than some people can say." Marley's cheeks flushed. "I don't know what you're implying." "I'm not implying anything. I'm stating facts." Bailey pulled out a chair and sat down next to Mum. "Viv, you look good, considering. The treatments are hard, but Olivia's been wonderful. She gave up her whole life to be here." "Did she now? And what about your other daughter?" "Bailey," Mum said quietly, "please don't start." "Start what? I'm just making conversation." He looked at Marley. "How often do you visit, sweetheart?" "As often as I can. I live 2 hours away and I have a job." "Right, a job. Very important." Bailey's voice was dry. "What is it you do again?" "I'm in marketing." "Marketing? Of course." He turned back to Mum. "You know, Viv, this reminds me of when your father was sick. Remember how your sister Sarah used to visit?" Mum's expression grew uncomfortable. "That was different." "Was it?" "Because I remember Sarah being very concerned about your father's finances too, always asking questions about his will, suggesting he needed professional management of his affairs." "Uncle Bailey," Marley said sharply, "I don't think this is appropriate." And I remember how shocked everyone was when we found out Sarah had been forging his signature on checks. Small amounts at first, then bigger ones. The room went dead silent. Leon's hand moved to Marley's shoulder. "That has nothing to do with anything," Marley said, "doesn't it? Because the way I hear it, you've been very interested in your mother's bank account lately." "I'm protecting her interests." "From who? Olivia?" Bailey laughed, but there was no humour in it. "The daughter who quit her job and moved back home. The one who's been changing bedpans and managing medications while you've been, what, calling to check on the finances." "You don't know what you're talking about." "I know exactly what I'm talking about. I've seen this playbook before." Mom struggled to sit up straighter. "Bailey, please. It's my birthday." "You're right, Viv. I'm sorry." He patted her hand gently. "But I want you to know something. If you ever need anything at all, you call me. Day or night." He pulled out his phone and showed her the screen. "I'm putting my number in your contacts right now. And, Olivia, you have my number too, right?" "I think so." "Good. Because family looks out for family. Real family." The party continued, but the mood was strained. Marley kept shooting daggers at Bailey, who seemed completely unbothered. Leon hovered protectively, occasionally whispering in Marley's ear. After everyone left, I was cleaning up when Mom called me over. "Sit with me for a minute," she said. I sat on the couch next to her chair. She looked exhausted but thoughtful. "Bailey's always been dramatic," she said finally. "Maybe. But he's not wrong about everything." "What do you mean? Mum, do you really think I'm stealing from you?" She was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know what to think anymore. My mind feels fuzzy most of the time. I can't remember what I did yesterday, let alone last week." "That's the medication talking. It doesn't mean your judgment is compromised." "But what if it is? What if I'm not seeing things clearly?" "Then trust the people who've earned your trust, not the people who are trying to convince you that you can't trust yourself." She nodded slowly. "Marley means well." "Does she?" "She's my daughter, of course she does." "So am I." "I know, sweetheart. I know." That night, I was loading the dishwasher when my phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. "Ask your mother about the safety deposit box, the one Marley doesn't know about." I stared at the message, my heart pounding. Then I typed back, "Who is this?" This time, there was a response. "Someone who cares about your mother. Check the box in her bedroom closet, top shelf, behind the photo albums." I looked toward the stairs, then back at my phone. "Why should I trust you?" "Because tomorrow might be too late." I waited until Mum was asleep before creeping upstairs to her bedroom. The closet smelled like her perfume and mothballs. I pushed aside the photo albums on the top shelf and felt around until my fingers hit something solid. A metal lockbox about the size of a shoebox. I carried it downstairs to the kitchen and set it on the table. No key, but the lock looked old. I found a paperclip in the junk drawer and worked at it until it clicked open. Inside were documents, bank statements from an account I'd never seen, insurance papers, and at the bottom, a sealed envelope with "For Jasper, if trust is broken," written in Mum's shaky handwriting. The bank statements showed regular deposits over the past 2 years. Small amounts, but they added up. The account had almost $30,000 in it. My phone rang. Marley. "Hey, how's Mum feeling after the party?" "Tired. What do you want?" "I've been thinking about what Bailey said today. He was way out of line." "Was he?" "Of course he was. And honestly, I'm worried about his influence on you. He's always been jealous of our family." "Jealous of what?" "The inheritance, obviously. He knows Mum has money and he's trying to turn you against me so he can get his hands on it." I looked down at the bank statements. "What inheritance, Marley?" "Don't play dumb. The house, the life insurance, her savings. It's probably worth $500,000, maybe more." "And you think Bailey wants that?" "I think Bailey wants to cause trouble, just like he did when Dad died." "What happened when Dad died?" Silence. Then, "Nothing. Family drama. Look, the point is, we can't let him manipulate Mum. She's vulnerable right now." She seemed pretty happy to see him. "Because she's not thinking clearly. The medication, the stress." "Stop saying that." "Saying what?" "That she's not thinking clearly. That her judgment is compromised. She's sick, not stupid." "I never said she was stupid." "You've been implying it for weeks. All those emails about elder abuse, the suggestions about nursing homes. I'm trying to protect her." "From what?" "From me?" "Maybe. Yes. I think the stress of caregiving is affecting your judgment." I almost laughed. My judgment? You've given up everything for her. Your job, your apartment, your relationship with Ivan. That kind of sacrifice can breed resentment. Resentment? It's natural, you're human. But when that resentment turns into entitlement... I'm hanging up now. Olivia, wait. I think we should talk to someone. A professional. Someone who can help us navigate this situation. What kind of professional? A geriatric care manager. Someone who specialises in elder care decisions. I found one who... No. Just think about it, for Mum's sake. I said no. Fine, but I'm coming over tomorrow. We need to have a family meeting. She hung up before I could respond. The next morning, Mum was having a bad day. She couldn't keep her breakfast down and her pain medication wasn't helping. I was trying to get her comfortable when Marley arrived with Leon and a woman I didn't recognise. "This is Patricia," Marley announced. "She's the care manager I told you about." Patricia was in her 50s, professionally dressed, carrying a leather portfolio. She smiled at Mum with practiced sympathy. "Mrs. Burke, I'm so glad to meet you. Marley has told me so much about your situation." "I didn't agree to this," I said. "It's just a consultation," Marley said. "Patricia specialises in helping families make difficult decisions about care." "What kind of decisions?" Patricia opened her portfolio. "Well, from what Marley has shared, it sounds like you're dealing with some challenging dynamics. Financial stress, family conflict, caregiver burnout." "I'm not burned out." "Of course not. But caring for a terminally ill parent is one of the most stressful experiences a person can have. It's natural to feel overwhelmed." "I'm not overwhelmed either." Patricia exchanged a look with Marley. "Sometimes we don't recognise our own limitations until it's too late." "What's that supposed to mean?" Marley mentioned some concerns about financial management. "Stop!" I stood up. "Just stop. Mum, do you want this woman here?" Mum looked confused and frightened. "I don't know. Marley said she could help." "Help with what?" "With making sure you're okay," Marley said. "With making sure Mum gets the best possible care." "The best possible care is what she's getting right now." "Is it?" Patricia consulted her notes. "Because I understand there have been some irregularities with the household finances." "What irregularities?" "Unexplained cash withdrawals, missing receipts, reluctance to allow financial oversight. That's bullshit." "Olivia," Mum said weakly, "language." "No, Mom, this is bullshit. Marley is lying to you and now she's brought in some stranger to back up her lies." "I'm not lying about anything," Marley said. "I'm trying to protect our mother." "From what? From you?" The words hung in the air. Mum started crying. "From me?" I repeated. "I'm the one who's been here every day for 6 weeks. I'm the one giving her medications, taking her to appointments, holding her hair back when she throws up. What exactly are you protecting her from? From your resentment, from your financial desperation, from your need to control everything." "My financial desperation? You gave up your job. You have no income. You're living in her house, eating her food, using her money. I'm taking care of her. Are you? Or are you taking advantage of her?" I felt something snap inside me. "Get out! Olivia! Get out!" I screamed. "All of you! Get out of this house right now!" Mom collapsed back in her chair, sobbing. Leon stepped forward, but I pointed at him. "Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare!" "Olivia, please," Patricia said. "This kind of aggressive behaviour is exactly what we were worried about," Marley finished. "Mom, you see what I mean? This isn't healthy." Mom looked at me with tears streaming down her face. "Olivia, honey, please, calm down." I am calm. I'm calmly asking these people to leave our house. "Maybe they should stay," Mum whispered. "Maybe we should listen to what they have to say." I stared at her, my own mother choosing to believe strangers over me. Fine, I said. You want to listen to them? Go ahead, but I won't be here for it. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door. Where are you going? Marley called after me. To get some air before I do something I'll regret. I slammed the door behind me and sat in my car, shaking with rage. My phone buzzed with another text from the unknown number. The envelope in the box. Take it to Jasper. Today. I looked back at the house, where I could see Marley through the window, comforting Mum while Patricia took notes. Then I started the car and drove to Jasper's office. Jasper's office was in an old Victorian house downtown, all dark wood and leather-bound books. His assistant, Phoebe, looked up when I walked in. Olivia, your mother's appointment isn't until next week. I need to see Jasper. It's urgent. She must have seen something in my face because she picked up the phone immediately. Jasper, Olivia Burke is here. Says it's urgent. 2 minutes later, I was sitting across from Jasper's massive desk, the sealed envelope in my hands. I found this in Mom's closet, I said. It has your name on it. Jasper took the envelope and examined the handwriting. When did she write this? I don't know, but she wrote, "If trust is broken" on it. He opened it carefully and pulled out a single sheet of paper. As he read, his eyebrows rose higher and higher. Jesus Christ, he muttered. What does it say? He looked up at me. It's instructions, very specific instructions about what to do if she ever suspected someone in the family was trying to manipulate her for financial gain. My stomach dropped. Someone like me? No, Olivia, someone like Marley. He turned the paper around so I could read it. Mum's handwriting was shaky but clear. If I ever seem confused about Olivia's character or start questioning her motives, it means someone has been poisoning my mind against her. Olivia would never hurt me. She gave up everything to care for me. If I'm doubting her, it's because I'm being manipulated. Activate the betrayal clause immediately. The betrayal clause? I asked. There's a provision in her will. Very unusual, but your mother insisted on it when we updated her estate planning last year. Jasper leaned back in his chair. She was concerned about potential manipulation, especially given her diagnosis. What kind of provision? If anyone attempts to undermine the primary beneficiary through deception or manipulation, they forfeit their inheritance entirely. And the primary beneficiary is? You. I stared at him. Me? Your mother updated her will 6 months ago, right after her diagnosis. You inherit everything. The house, her savings, the life insurance. Marley was supposed to receive a substantial sum as well. But if the betrayal clause is activated, she gets nothing? Less than nothing. She gets a bill. A bill for what? All the expenses related to investigating her manipulation. Legal fees, forensic accounting, emotional damages to you and your mother. Jasper smiled grimly. Your mother was very thorough. My phone started ringing. Marley. Don't answer it, Jasper said. We need to document everything first. But I was already swiping to accept. What? Olivia, thank God. You need to come home right now. Why? It's Mom. She collapsed after you left. We had to call an ambulance. The world tilted. What hospital? St. Mary's. But, Olivia, before you come... I hung up and looked at Jasper. I have to go. Wait. He stood up. Take this with you. He handed me a business card. That's my direct line. If anything seems off, if anyone tries to make decisions without consulting you, call me immediately. What about the betrayal clause? I'll start the paperwork. But, Olivia, be careful. If Marley suspects what we know, she might get desperate. I drove to the hospital in a panic, my mind racing between worry for Mum and anger at the situation. The emergency room was chaos, but I found Marley in the waiting area with Leon and Patricia. "How is she?" I asked when she's stable. "They're running tests." Marley's eyes were red from crying. "The doctor thinks it was the stress from the argument." Guilt hit me like a punch to the gut. "Can I see her?" "Family only right now. But, Olivia, we need to talk about what happens next." "What do you mean?" Patricia stepped forward. "Given today's events, we think it might be best if your mother had professional care going forward." "Professional care?" "A facility," Marley said. "Somewhere she can get round-the-clock attention without the family drama." "You mean a nursing home?" "A care facility. Patricia knows of an excellent place." "No." "Olivia, be reasonable. Today proved that the current situation isn't working. Today proved that you're willing to stress out our dying mother to get what you want. What I want is what's best for her." "Bullshit." Leon stood up. "Hey, watch how you talk to her." "Or what? Or maybe you need to step back and let the adults handle this." I laughed. "The adults? You mean the personal trainer and the marketing coordinator?" "Yeah, I'm sure you're both experts on elder care." "We're experts on recognizing when someone's lost perspective," Patricia said. "Your behavior today was concerning, Olivia. The aggression, the paranoia. Accusing your sister of lying, refusing professional help, isolating your mother from support systems. Support systems like you? Like family members who aren't emotionally compromised." A nurse approached us. "Family of Vivian Burke?" "Yes," Marley and I said simultaneously. "She's asking for her daughter." "Which daughter?" Marley asked. The nurse looked between us. "She said Olivia. She wants to see Olivia." Marley's face flushed. "I'm her daughter too." "I'm sorry, but she was very specific. She said to bring Olivia and no one else." I followed the nurse down the hallway, leaving Marley fuming in the waiting room. Mum was propped up in bed, looking small and fragile against the white sheets. But her eyes were clear when she saw me. "There you are," she said. "I was worried you wouldn't come back." "Of course I came back. How are you feeling?" "Tired, confused, but clearer than I've been in weeks." She reached for my hand. "Olivia, I need to tell you something." "What?" I remember now. The emails, the phone calls, the way Marley kept asking about money. Her grip tightened. "She's been lying to me, hasn't she?" I felt tears starting. "Yeah, Mum, she has." "I'm so sorry. I should have trusted you." "It's okay. The medication makes everything fuzzy." "No, it's not the medication. It's guilt." She looked away. "I've always favoured her, even when I knew she was manipulating me. Part of me wanted to believe her because she's my baby." "Mum, but you're the one who came home. You're the one who gave up everything to take care of me." She looked back at me with tears in her eyes. "And I let her convince me you were the problem." "It doesn't matter now." "Yes, it does, because I need you to know, whatever happens to me, you're going to be okay. I made sure of it." Before I could ask what she meant, the door opened and Marley walked in. "Mum, thank God you're awake. We were so worried." "Get out," Mum said quietly. Marley stopped. "What?" I said, "Get out. I don't want to see you right now." "Mum, you're upset. You're not thinking clearly." "I'm thinking more clearly than I have in months. Get out of my room." Marley looked at me like this was somehow my fault. "Olivia, what did you say to her?" "Nothing. She figured it out on her own." "Figured what out?" Mum's voice was steel. "That you've been lying to me. That you've been trying to turn me against the daughter who actually loves me. That's not, I do love you. You love my money. There's a difference." Marley's mask finally slipped completely. "Fine. You want to believe her lies? Go ahead, but don't come crying to me when she bleeds you dry." She stormed out, Leon trailing behind her. Mom squeezed my hand. Call Jasper. Tell him it's time. Time for what? To activate the betrayal clause. I stared at her. You know about that? She smiled weakly. Honey, I may be dying, but I'm not dead yet. Mom died 3 days later, quietly in her sleep at home. I was holding her hand when it happened. Marley showed up an hour after the funeral home took the body, dressed in black like she was already in mourning. Leon carried flowers, white lilies that probably cost more than I'd spent on groceries all month. I'm so sorry, Livy, she said, pulling me into a hug that felt like a performance. I know we had our differences, but she was our mother. Yeah, she was. Have you called Jasper yet? About the arrangements? He's handling everything. Good. And the will reading? I looked at her. Mum had been dead for 2 hours, and Marley was already asking about the will. He said he'd let us know. It's probably just a formality. I mean, she always said she'd split everything between us. Marley dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. 50-50, right? I guess we'll find out. Leon cleared his throat. Where do you think you'll go? After the house sells? The house isn't selling. Well, not immediately. But eventually, right? I mean, it's too big for one person and the maintenance costs. Leon, Marley said sharply, not now. But I could see the wheels turning in both their heads. They'd already decided how to divide everything up, probably down to Mum's jewellery and china. Jasper called that evening. The will reading is scheduled for Friday at 2. My office. Who's going to be there? You, Marley, Bailey, and a few witnesses. Standard procedure. Witnesses? Amara, Phoebe, and Dr. Martinez. Your mother requested them specifically. Dr. Martinez was Mum's oncologist. I wondered why she'd want him there, but I was too tired to ask. Friday came too fast. I sat in Jasper's conference room, watching Marley fidget with her purse while Leon whispered reassurances in her ear. Bailey sat across from me, his expression unreadable. Amara squeezed my shoulder as she took her seat. Before we begin, Jasper said, I want to note that this will was updated 6 months ago, and Mrs. Burke was of sound mind when she made these decisions. Dr. Martinez can attest to that. Dr. Martinez nodded. Vivian was lucid and competent throughout her treatment. Her cognitive function was never compromised. Marley shifted in her chair. Of course she was competent. Why would you even mention that? Because, Jasper said, opening a thick folder, some of the provisions in this will are unusual. Your mother wanted to ensure there could be no question about her mental state. He pulled out the will and began reading the standard legal language. Then he got to the meat of it. To my daughter Olivia, who sacrificed her career and personal life to care for me in my final months, I leave my house, all my personal belongings, my savings accounts, and my life insurance policy. Marley's head snapped up. What about me? I'm getting to that. Jasper's voice was carefully neutral. To my daughter Marley, I leave the sum of $50,000 to be paid from my life insurance policy. 50,000? Marlake's voice was shrill. That's it? However, Jasper continued, this bequest is contingent upon the betrayal clause not being activated. The what? Jasper looked directly at Marley. Your mother included a provision that would void your inheritance if you attempted to manipulate her against Olivia or undermine Olivia's care through deception. The room went dead silent. That's ridiculous, Marley said. I have evidence that suggests otherwise. Jasper pulled out a thick stack of papers, 23 emails sent to your mother over a 2-week period, all designed to make her question Olivia's motives and financial integrity. He began reading from the emails, his voice flat and professional. Each one was worse than the last, carefully crafted lies designed to poison Mom against me. Furthermore, Jasper continued, We have phone records showing daily calls during which you systematically undermined Olivia's credibility. Those were just conversations. We also have testimony from Patricia Williams, the care manager you hired, stating that you specifically asked her to recommend institutionalizing your mother against Olivia's wishes. Marley's face was white. You can't prove any of this was manipulation. Actually, I can. Jasper pulled out another document. Your mother recorded several of your phone conversations. She what? She became suspicious of your motives and started recording your calls. Would you like me to play them? No, Marley whispered. In one particularly damning conversation, you told her that Olivia was probably skimming money and that she wouldn't even see it coming when you had her declared incompetent. Leon stood up. This is bullshit. You can't take away her inheritance based on some recordings. Actually, I can. The betrayal clause is legally binding. Jasper looked at Marley with something like pity. Your mother was very thorough. So, what does that mean? Marley's voice was barely audible. It means you inherit nothing. In fact, you owe the estate money. Oh, money? Legal fees for this investigation, compensation for emotional distress caused to Olivia, and reimbursement for the $800 you withdrew from your mother's account without permission. I had permission. No, you didn't. Your mother never authorized that withdrawal. She was saving that money for Olivia's expenses. Marley looked around the room desperately. This is insane. You can't do this to me. I'm her daughter. So is Olivia, Bailey said quietly. The difference is, Olivia acted like one. I loved her. You loved her money? Amara said. There's a difference. Marley turned to me, tears streaming down her face. Livy, please. You can't let them do this. We're sisters. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw a stranger. Someone who'd been willing to destroy our mother's peace of mind for money. Someone who tried to convince a dying woman that her devoted daughter was stealing from her. We were sisters, I said, but sisters don't do what you did. I was protecting her. You were protecting yourself from the possibility that she might leave everything to the daughter who actually took care of her. Marley collapsed back in her chair, sobbing. Leon put his arm around her, but even he looked shaken. There's one more thing, Jasper said. Your mother left you a letter. He handed Marley a sealed envelope. She opened it with shaking hands and read silently. Then she crumpled it up and threw it on the floor. What did it say? I asked. Bailey picked up the letter and smoothed it out. It says, I hope someday you'll understand that love isn't about what you can get from someone. It's about what you're willing to give. Olivia gave me everything. You gave me nothing but heartache. I'm sorry I failed you as a mother, but I won't let you destroy the daughter who didn't fail me. Marley stood up abruptly. I'm going to contest this. I'll take it to court. With what money? Jasper asked. You're unemployed, in debt, and now you owe the estate $15,000. Leon will help me. Leon was already backing toward the door. Actually, babe, I think maybe we should take a break. This is all pretty heavy, and I need some time to process. You're leaving me too. I'm not leaving, I'm just taking some space. He was gone before she could respond. Marley looked at me one last time. This isn't over. Yes, it is, I said. It's been over for a long time. I just didn't want to see it. She left without another word. I sat in the quiet conference room, surrounded by people who'd loved my mother, and felt absolutely nothing. No triumph, no relief, no satisfaction, just emptiness. Are you okay? Amara asked. I don't know, I said honestly. I thought I'd feel different. Different how? Vindicated, I guess. Like justice was served. Justice was served, Bailey said, but that doesn't mean it feels good. He was right. It didn't feel good at all. The local newspaper picked up the story 3 days after the will reading. Family drama erupts over inheritance fraud ran on page 4. complete with a photo of our house that someone had taken from the street. My phone started ringing immediately. Olivia, this is your cousin Rebecca from Portland. I just saw the news. I hung up and turned off the phone. The doorbell rang an hour later. Through the peephole, I saw a woman with a microphone and a man with a camera. Ms. Burke, I'm Jennifer Walsh from Channel 7 News. We'd love to get your side of the story about your sister's attempted inheritance fraud. I didn't open the door. Amara came over that evening with takeout and wine. How are you holding up? She asked, setting containers of Chinese food on the kitchen table. I've been better. The reporters will lose interest soon. This kind of thing happens more than people think. Does it? Family members trying to manipulate elderly relatives? Unfortunately, yes. Your mother was smart to protect herself. I picked at my lo mein. I keep thinking about what Marley said, about contesting the will. She can try, but Jasper says she doesn't have a case. The evidence is too strong. It's not about winning or losing. It's about dragging this out, making it public, turning Mum's death into a circus. She won't do that. How do you know? Because she's broke and humiliated, and because Bailey had a talk with her. I looked up. What kind of talk? The kind where he reminded her that fraud is a criminal offence, not just a civil one, and that if she pushes this, he'll make sure the district attorney sees all the evidence. Would they really prosecute her? For elder abuse? For forging bank withdrawals? In this political climate? Amara shrugged. Bailey thinks they might, especially with all the media attention. My phone buzzed with a text. Ivan, saw the news. Are you okay? Can I call you? I showed Amara the message. Are you going to respond? I don't know. What would I say? Hi, remember me? The woman whose life fell apart while you were finding yourself in Colorado? You could start with hello. He left, Amara. When things got hard, he left. People make mistakes. Maybe he's learned from his. Maybe I have too. The next morning, I found Leon sitting on my front steps. What do you want? I asked, to apologise and to give you this. He held out an envelope. It's from Marley. I don't want anything from her. Just take it, please. She's not doing well. I took the envelope but didn't open it. Where is she? Back at her apartment. She lost her job. Turns out her boss saw the news story. Leon stood up. Look, I know what she did was wrong, but she's still your sister. No, she's not. Not anymore. That's what she said you'd say. He walked toward his car, then turned back. For what it's worth, I think she really believed she was protecting your mum. From you, I mean. She convinced herself you were the problem. That doesn't make it better? No, but it makes it sadder. After he left, I sat on the steps and opened the letter. Olivia, I know you hate me. I hate me too. I keep trying to figure out when I became this person, but I can't pinpoint it. Maybe I was always this person and just got better at hiding it. I'm not asking for forgiveness because I don't deserve it. I'm not even asking you to understand because I don't understand it myself. I just want you to know that I loved Mum. I know that sounds impossible after everything I did, but I did love her. I just loved the idea of her money more. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for all of it. I'm moving to Phoenix to stay with our cousin Mark. I won't bother you again. M. I read it twice, then crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. But an hour later, I pulled it out and smoothed it flat. That afternoon, Jasper called. The estate is settled. The house is officially yours along with everything else. There's also something else your mother wanted you to have. What? A letter. She gave it to me before she died, with instructions to give it to you after everything was resolved. He brought it over that evening. The envelope was thick, and Mum's handwriting on the front said, For Olivia, when the dust settles. Inside were 3 pages in her careful script. My dearest Olivia, if you're reading this, it means the betrayal clause worked and justice was served. I hope you're not feeling guilty about it. Marley made her choices, and choices have consequences. You made different choices. You chose love over money, sacrifice over selfishness, duty over convenience. That's who you are, and that's why you deserved everything I had to give. But I'm worried about you. I'm worried that this whole experience will make you hard and bitter. I'm worried that you'll think love is always about betrayal and family is always about money. Please don't let Marley's choices poison your heart. You gave up so much to take care of me. Your job, your apartment, your relationship with Ivan. I know you think those sacrifices were necessary, but now I want you to know they were also noticed and appreciated. Every pill you organised, every appointment you drove me to, every night you stayed up when I couldn't sleep, I saw all of it. Now I want you to live for yourself. Use the money to go back to school if you want. Travel, start a business, fall in love again. Don't let my death be the end of your story. Let it be the beginning of a new chapter. And Olivia, if Marley ever comes to you asking for help, really asking, not demanding or manipulating, I hope you'll consider it. Not because she deserves it, but because forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, not the person who wronged you. I love you more than words can say. Thank you for being the daughter I needed when I needed her most. Mum. I sat in the quiet house, surrounded by all the things that were now mine, and finally cried. Not for Marley, not for the family that was broken, but for Mom, and for the weight of carrying her love forward. My phone rang, Ivan again. This time I answered. Hi, I said. Hi, how are you? Complicated. I saw the news. I'm sorry about your mum and about everything else. Thank you. I know I don't have the right to ask, but would you like to get coffee sometime? Just to talk? I looked around the living room where I'd spent so many nights taking care of Mom, where Marley had tried to turn her against me, where everything had fallen apart and somehow come back together. Yeah, I said. I'd like that. Really? Really, but Ivan, I'm not the same person I was when you left. I'm not the same person either. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it is. After we hung up, I walked to the kitchen window and looked out at Amara's house. She was in her garden, pulling weeds in the fading light. When she saw me watching, she waved. I waved back. Tomorrow, I'd start figuring out what came next. Tonight, I was just going to sit in my mother's house, my house now, and be grateful for the people who stayed when staying was hard. The anonymous texter never revealed themselves, but I had my suspicions. Bailey had been asking a lot of questions about Mum's finances lately, and he'd always been protective of family, even when family didn't deserve it. I never asked him directly. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. But I did send him a text. Thank you. He responded immediately. For what? For caring about her, for caring about me. That's what family does. Real family. He was right. Real family shows up. Real family tells the truth, even when it's hard. Real family doesn't leave when things get complicated. I'd learned the difference finally. And it had cost me a sister, but it had saved everything else that mattered.
The sold sign stabbed into the front yard like a victory flag, red letters screaming against the white placard. I sat in my rental car, staring at the modest 2-bedroom house on Maple Street, my phone buzzing with missed calls from my mother. My name is Olivia, and I'd just returned from a 3-week work trip to find my entire world flipped upside down. There you are! Teresa's voice carried across the driveway as she practically skipped toward my car, At 63, my mother moved with the energy of someone who'd just won the lottery. "I've been calling you for hours." I stepped out slowly, my eyes fixed on that damn sign. "Mom, whose house is this?" "Your sister's." She clapped her hands together like she was announcing a surprise party. "Isn't it wonderful? Mackenzie finally has her own place." The words hit me like ice water. "Mackenzie's house?" "Yes, we closed yesterday. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and look at that gorgeous front porch." Teresa gestured wildly at the house. "She's going to be so happy here." I felt my chest tighten. "How did she afford this?" Teresa's smile flickered for just a second. "Well, you know how it is. Family helps family. I used some of my retirement money to help with the down payment." My retirement money. The money I'd been sending her every month for 2 years. 24 payments of $2,000 each, plus the occasional extra 1,000 for emergencies. All carefully transferred from my account to hers, with notes like, "For Mom's future," and "retirement fund." "How much retirement money?" I asked. "Oh, just enough to help her get started. 48,000 or so." The number hung in the air between us like a slap. 48,000. The exact amount I'd sent her over the past 2 years. "Olivia!" Mackenzie's voice rang out from the front door. My 32-year-old sister bounded down the porch steps, keys jingling in her hand. "Surprise! I'm a homeowner." She looked exactly the same as always. Designer jeans I knew she couldn't afford, perfectly styled hair, manicured nails. The same sister who'd been unemployed for the better part of 3 years, living rent-free in Teresa's basement. "Congratulations," I managed. "Thanks. Mom was so generous." "I mean, I know she's been saving up all that retirement money, and when this place came on the market, she just insisted on helping me out." Mackenzie twirled around like she was showing off a new dress. "She said family should invest in each other." I looked between them. Teresa nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. And honey, you're doing so well with your tech job and everything. You're single. You don't need it like Mackenzie does." "She needs stability." "I need stability?" "Well, yes. You have your career, your apartment, your independence. Mackenzie needs a foundation to build from. This house is going to change everything for her." Mackenzie laughed. "Plus, let's be honest, Liv. You make good money. You'll be fine." The casual dismissal in her voice made something cold settle in my stomach. "Right. I'll be fine." "Come on, let me show you around." Mackenzie grabbed my arm. "The kitchen has granite countertops, and there's this amazing master suite upstairs." I let her drag me through the house, nodding at appropriate moments as she pointed out crown molding and hardwood floors. Teresa followed behind us, chattering about property values and how smart this investment was. "The best part," Mackenzie said as we stood in the living room, "is that I got such a good deal on the mortgage. Mom helped me with all the paperwork. She's so good with financial stuff." "Mom handled your mortgage paperwork?" "Yeah, she has all my information anyway from when she helped me with my taxes last year. Made the whole process super smooth." Teresa beamed. "I just want what's best for my girls." We ended up at dinner at Teresa's house, the same dining room where I'd eaten countless meals growing up, always sitting in the same chair, always listening to them talk about Mackenzie's latest drama or adventure while I quietly ate my food. "So, Liv," Mackenzie said, cutting into her chicken, When are you going to settle down? Buy a house? Maybe find a nice guy? I'm focused on my career right now. That's what you always say. You're 29. Don't you want a family? Mackenzie has her priorities straight, Teresa added. This house is going to help her attract the right kind of man. Stability is attractive. I set down my fork. And what about the money you used for the down payment? That was supposed to be for your retirement. Teresa waved her hand dismissively. Oh, honey, I'll be fine. I've got Social Security, and you've always been so generous. I know you'll make sure I'm taken care of. You'll make sure she's taken care of? Mackenzie echoed with a smirk. You're the responsible one, remember? I smiled and nodded, swallowing the words that wanted to pour out of me. Of course. That night, alone in my childhood bedroom, I opened my banking app and scrolled through 2 years of transfers. Every single payment clearly labelled, loan for retirement fund, loan for mom's future, personal loan to Teresa. I'd been meticulous about those labels, always. I smiled in the darkness and started making a list. I called Carter at 7 a.m. sharp. My ex-boyfriend turned successful lawyer had always been an early riser, and I needed someone who understood both me and the law. Olivia? His voice carried that familiar warmth mixed with surprise. It's been what? 8 months. I need a lawyer, Carter. Are you available for a consultation today? A pause. What kind of trouble are you in? The kind where my family decided to steal $48,000 from me. Jesus! Yeah, I can clear my morning. My office at 9? Carter's law firm occupied the top 3 floors of a downtown high-rise. I'd been here once before, back when we were dating for some company party. Now I sat across from his mahogany desk, watching him flip through printed copies of my bank statements. These are all marked as loans, he said, running his finger down the transaction list. Every single one. I'm obsessive about labelling my transfers. And your mother used this money to buy your sister a house? $48,000 for the down payment. They admitted it yesterday, acted like it was completely normal. Carter leaned back in his chair. Olivia, this is pretty straightforward. If these are documented as loans, you have legal grounds to demand repayment. I want more than repayment. He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, they looked me in the eye and told me I don't need financial security because I'm single. They treated me like a walking ATM and then mocked me for it. I want them to understand what that feels like. Carter studied my face. You want revenge. I want justice. There's a difference. He pulled out a legal pad. Okay, let's start with freezing your mother's account. If we can prove she used loan money for purposes other than agreed upon, we can get a court order to freeze her assets pending repayment. How fast can we do that? Emergency motion? Tomorrow morning if we file today. I smiled. Do it. Carter spent the next hour walking me through the process. Breach of oral contract, misappropriation of funds, potential fraud if they'd falsified any documents. He made calls to his paralegal, scheduled court filings, and by noon we had a game plan. There's one more thing, I said as we wrapped up. I want you to run a credit check on me, full report. Why? Just a feeling. While Carter ordered the credit report, I called my financial advisor, Louis. I'd been working with him for 3 years, building my investment portfolio and planning for early retirement. Olivia, good to hear from you. How was the work trip? Educational. Louis, I need you to do something for me. I want a complete audit of all my accounts, credit cards, anything with my name on it. Is there a problem? Potentially a big one. Can you have that ready by tomorrow? Of course. I'll email you a preliminary report by end of day. Louis's email arrived at 4 p.m. I opened it in Carter's office, both of us leaning over his laptop screen. There. I pointed at line item number 7. What's that account? Carter squinted at the screen. First National Bank. Checking account opened 18 months ago. Balance of $1,200. I don't have an account at First National. We stared at each other. Someone opened a bank account in your name, Carter said slowly. My mother handles Mackenzie's finances. She has all her information, social security number, everything. Olivia, if your mother opened an account in your name without permission, that's identity theft. That's a federal crime. My phone buzzed. Teresa's name flashed on the screen. Answer it, Carter said. Put it on speaker. Hi, Mom. Olivia, honey, I need to talk to you about yesterday. Teresa's voice sounded strained. I think there might have been some confusion about the money situation. What kind of confusion? Well, I may have given you the wrong impression about where the down payment money came from. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Carter grabbed a pen and started writing notes. What page is that, Mom? The page where we're family, and we work things out together, without involving outsiders or making things complicated. Complicated how? A long pause. Mackenzie mentioned you seemed upset yesterday. I just want you to know that everything I did was with the best intentions, for the family. Which family? Because it seems like some family members matter more than others. That's not fair, Olivia. You know I love both my daughters equally. Do I? Of course you do. Look, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? We can talk this through like adults. Carter was writing furiously now, making hand gestures for me to keep her talking. I don't think dinner is going to fix this, Mom. Fix what? There's nothing to fix. We're family. Family doesn't steal from each other. Steal? Teresa's voice pitched higher. Olivia, that's a terrible thing to say. I would never steal from you. Then what would you call using my loan money to buy Mackenzie a house? I call it helping my daughter when she needed it most. And frankly, I'm disappointed in your attitude about this whole thing. Carter held up his legal pad. On it, he'd written, She's panicking. Keep pushing. My attitude? Yes. You're being selfish. Mackenzie needed that house and you have plenty of money. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for family. I see. So my money is everyone's money, but everyone else's problems are just mine to solve. That's not what I said. It's exactly what you said. The line went quiet for a long moment. Olivia, I think you need to take some time to cool down and think about what family really means. She hung up. Carter looked at me. Well, that was illuminating. She's scared. She should be. Tomorrow morning we file for the account freeze and start the fraud investigation. I stood up and grabbed my purse. If they wanted to treat me like a disposable ATM, then I hope they're ready to run on empty. The judge granted our emergency motion at 10 a.m. sharp. Teresa's bank account was frozen pending investigation, and Carter filed a formal complaint for breach of contract and potential fraud. By noon, my phone was buzzing non-stop. Olivia, what did you do? Mackenzie's voice was shrill through the speaker. Mom can't access her account. The bank says it's frozen. I filed a legal complaint. You what? Are you insane? I'm protecting my interests. $48,000 doesn't just disappear because you want a house. This is ridiculous. Mom borrowed that money from you. Families borrow from each other all the time. Borrowed implies an intention to pay back. When did she plan to do that? Silence. That's what I thought. See you in court, Mackenzie. I hung up and immediately called Lua. The credit report came back, he said, without preamble. You're not going to like this. Tell me. 3 accounts opened in your name over the past 2 years. First national checking account, a credit card through Metro Bank, and a savings account at Community Trust. Total unauthorized activity of about $15,000. My hands tightened on the phone. 15,000? The credit card has been used regularly. Small purchases, nothing that would trigger fraud alerts. Grocery stores, gas stations, retail shops. Very clever, actually. Send me everything. I'm forwarding it to my attorney. Carter's office felt different this time, more serious. He had 3 paralegals working on my case now, and the conference table was covered with documents. This is bigger than we thought, Carter said, sliding a folder across the table. The house purchase triggered an automatic audit because of the loan amount. The mortgage company is now questioning several documents. What kind of documents? Income verification, employment history, credit references. It looks like your mother provided false information about Mackenzie's financial status. How false? She claimed Mackenzie has been employed as a marketing consultant for the past 2 years, earning $60,000 annually. She provided fake pay stubs and a fraudulent employment letter. I opened the folder. Inside were copies of documents with Mackenzie's name, but the employment information was completely fabricated. The letterhead belonged to a company that didn't exist. There's more, Carter continued. The down payment check was written from the First National account, the one opened in your name without permission. Your mother has been funneling money through that account to make it look like Mackenzie had savings. So, she committed identity theft and mortgage fraud. Multiple accounts of each. And Olivia, there's something else. The real estate agent, Ryan, he's been subpoenaed. Apparently, your mother signed several disclosure forms using your name and social security number. My phone rang. Teresa's name flashed on the screen. Answer it, Carter said, hitting record on his phone. We need this on tape. Hi, Mom. Olivia, please, you have to stop this madness. Do you have any idea what you're doing to this family? I'm recovering stolen money. Stolen? How can you say that? I'm your mother. Being my mother doesn't give you the right to commit fraud. Fraud? Teresa's voice cracked. I was helping my daughter. I was helping both my daughters. By opening bank accounts in my name. By forging my signature on mortgage documents. A long pause. I don't know what you're talking about. Carter slid a document across the table. It was a copy of a mortgage disclosure form with my forged signature at the bottom. First National Bank, Mom. Account number ending in 4782. Ring any bells? I can explain that. I'm listening. I needed to help Mackenzie qualify for the loan. She's been through so much, and she deserves a chance at stability. I thought you'd understand if you knew how much it meant to her. So you committed identity theft. I borrowed your information temporarily. I was going to tell you. When? After you'd stolen more money? I wasn't stealing. Everything I did was for family. Carter was taking notes furiously, circling key phrases. Mom, you used my name, my credit, my money, and my signature without permission. That's not family. That's fraud. Please, Olivia, can't we work this out? Mackenzie could lose the house. Good. How can you be so cold? She's your sister. She's a 32-year-old woman who's never held a job for more than 6 months. Maybe losing the house will teach her some responsibility. You're destroying this family. No, Mom. You did that when you decided I was worth less than Mackenzie. I hung up and looked at Carter. How bad is this for them? Federal charges for identity theft, state charges for mortgage fraud, civil liability for the money they took. Mackenzie's house will definitely be seized. Your mother could face prison time. Louis called while we were reviewing the criminal complaint. Olivia, the bank audit turned up something interesting. The community trust savings account in your name? It's been used as collateral for a personal loan. What kind of loan? $15,000, taken out 6 months ago. Guess who the borrower is? Mackenzie. Bingo. She used your credit and the fraudulent savings account to get cash. The loan payments are 3 months behind. Carter looked up from his notes. That's another felony, using false identification to secure a loan. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is insane. You're going to destroy Mom over money? What kind of daughter are you? M. I showed the text to Carter. She's using a burner phone now, he said. They're getting desperate. Good. Desperate people make mistakes. Olivia, I have to ask, are you prepared for this to get ugly? Really ugly. Because once we file federal charges, there's no going back. I looked at the stack of forged documents, the fraudulent bank statements, the fake employment records. 2 years of systematic theft and lies. They made their choice when they decided to steal from me. Now they get to live with the consequences. Carter nodded and picked up his phone. I'll call the federal prosecutor's office. As he dialed, I stared out the window at the city below. Somewhere out there, Teresa and Mackenzie were probably panicking, trying to figure out how to fix this mess. They should have thought of that before they decided I didn't matter. Regina picked up on the first ring. My distant cousin worked in HR for a tech company 3 states away, and we'd stayed in touch through social media over the years. Olivia, what's up, cuz? I need a favor, a big one. Are you guys hiring senior developers? Always. Why? You looking to relocate? Immediately. Like, I need to disappear from my current life completely. Regina's voice shifted to concern. What's going on? Family drama that's about to become very public. I need a fresh start somewhere they can't find me. How fresh are we talking? New city, new phone number, new everything. Can you help? Send me your resume. I'll have something by tomorrow. I spent the next day systematically erasing myself. Deleted Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, changed my phone number and forwarded the old one to voicemail. Put in my 2 weeks' notice at work, citing a family emergency that required immediate relocation. My boss, Jennifer, called me into her office. Olivia, this is very sudden. Is everything okay? I'm dealing with some legal issues involving my family. It's going to get messy, and I don't want it affecting the company. Legal issues? Identity theft and fraud. I'm the victim, but there's going to be media attention once the charges are filed. I think it's best if I remove myself from the situation. Jennifer nodded slowly. I understand. We'll process your resignation immediately and provide excellent references. Regina called that evening. Good news. My company wants to interview you tomorrow via video call. The position is Senior Software Architect, fully remote with optional office visits. Salary is 15% higher than what you're making now. Regina, you're a lifesaver. There's one condition. They want you to start Monday. Can you relocate that fast? I can be packed by Sunday. The video interview went perfectly. By Friday, I had a job offer, a new apartment lease in Portland, and a moving truck scheduled for the weekend. I also had a new therapist lined up, Dr. Sarah Martinez, who specialized in family trauma. Saturday morning, I was loading boxes when my old phone rang. The caller ID showed Mackenzie's original number. Olivia, thank God. I've been trying to reach you for days. I changed my number. Why would you do that? We need to talk about this situation. There's nothing to talk about. My lawyers are handling everything. Lawyers? Plural. Olivia, this is getting out of hand. The whole neighborhood knows about the house investigation now. People are talking. Good. Maybe they'll think twice before trusting you with their money. That's not fair. You're ruining our reputation over a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Mackenzie, you and Mom committed multiple felonies. That's not a misunderstanding. We were trying to help me get stable. You have plenty of money, and we thought... You thought I was stupid enough not to notice. You were wrong. Please, can we just meet somewhere and talk this through? Mom is a mess. She's barely eating, barely sleeping. She should have thought about that before she forged my signature. Where are you? I drove by your apartment, but the building manager said you moved out. That's none of your business. Olivia, you're my sister. We can fix this. No, we can't. And I'm not your sister anymore. Sisters don't steal from each other. I hung up and immediately blocked her number. Sunday evening, I was in my new Portland apartment, unpacking boxes and setting up my home office. The space was smaller than my old place, but it felt clean, fresh, like a new beginning. My new phone buzzed with a text from Carter. Federal charges filed today. Arrest warrants issued for Teresa and Mackenzie. Local news picked up the story. You made the right call disappearing. I Googled my hometown's news website. There it was, front page of the local section. Mother and daughter charged in identity theft scheme. The article was brutal. It detailed the fraudulent bank accounts, the fake mortgage documents, the stolen money. It mentioned that the victim was a family member who had been financially supporting the defendants. The comments section was even worse. I always knew something was off about that family. The younger daughter always seemed entitled. Never worked a day in her life. I feel sorry for whoever they stole from. Family stealing from family is the worst. My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Is this Olivia? The voice was unfamiliar. Who's asking? This is Ryan, the real estate agent who sold your sister the house. I got your number from the court documents. I wanted to apologize. For what? For not questioning the paperwork more carefully. Your mother was very convincing, and all the documents looked legitimate. I should have been more thorough. It's not your fault, Ryan. They're professional liars. The house is going into foreclosure. The bank wants it back immediately since the mortgage was obtained fraudulently. I have to list it for auction. How much will they lose? Everything. The down payment, the mortgage payments they've made, plus legal fees and penalties. They'll probably owe money even after the house sells. Good. Ryan was quiet for a moment. I have to ask, are you okay with how this is playing out? I mean, they're your family. They stopped being my family when they decided to steal from me. I understand. Well, I wanted you to know that I'm cooperating fully with the investigation. If there's anything else I can do to help your case, please let me know. After I hung up, I opened Instagram on my laptop and searched for Mackenzie's account. She'd posted a story 3 hours ago. The video showed her sitting in what looked like Teresa's living room, tears streaming down her face. Some people are so bitter and jealous that they'll destroy their own family, she said to the camera. My sister is trying to take my house away because she can't stand to see me happy. She's always been jealous of me, and now she's using her money to hurt me through the legal system. Sad single sisters never win in the end. I watched it twice, then smiled and closed the laptop. They still didn't get it. They still thought this was about jealousy or competition. It wasn't. It was about consequences, and theirs were just getting started. Carter called me Tuesday morning while I was setting up my new home office in Portland. The IRS audit started yesterday. They're going through 3 years of Teresa and Mackenzie's tax returns with a microscope. What did they find? Unreported income from the fraudulent accounts, false deductions, and get this, Mackenzie claimed you as a dependent on her taxes last year. I nearly dropped my coffee mug. She what? Filed you as a dependent she was financially supporting, used your social security number and everything. The IRS is not happy. How much trouble are they in? Federal tax evasion on top of the identity theft and fraud charges. We're looking at serious prison time now. My new phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is getting ridiculous. Call me. We need to fix this before it gets worse. A.T. I showed Carter the message over video call. They're panicking, he said. Don't respond. Let them sweat. What about the house? Lien was placed yesterday pending the fraud review. Mackenzie can't sell, refinance, or do anything with the property. She's stuck with mortgage payments on a house she's going to lose anyway. Dr. Martinez's office was in a converted Victorian house downtown. I'd been seeing her for 2 weeks now, and each session felt like peeling back layers of scar tissue. Tell me about growing up with Mackenzie, she said during our Thursday session. She was the golden child. Everything she did was celebrated. Everything I did was expected. Can you give me an example? When I graduated valedictorian, my mother said, "That's nice, dear," and went back to planning Mackenzie's birthday party. When Mackenzie got a C+ in remedial math, we went out to dinner to celebrate. How did that make you feel? Like I didn't matter. Like my only value was what I could provide for them. Dr. Martinez nodded. And now? Now I'm proving that I matter. That there are consequences for treating people like they're disposable. Friday afternoon, Carter called with an update. The bank auditors found something interesting. Remember that Metro Bank credit card opened in your name? The one they used for groceries and gas. It was also used to pay for Mackenzie's wedding dress, catering deposits, and a honeymoon package to Hawaii. Wedding? Mackenzie's not engaged. She was, last year. The engagement fell through, but she kept all the deposits, used your credit to pay for a wedding that never happened. How much? $12,000, all charged to the card in your name, all unpaid. The debt went to collections 6 months ago. I felt something cold settle in my chest. They destroyed my credit for a fake wedding? It gets worse. The collections agency has been garnishing wages from an employer listed on the credit application. Guess whose job information they used? Mine. Your old company has been deducting money from your paychecks for months. They thought you had authorized it. Can we get that money back? Every penny, plus damages. I'm adding it to the civil suit. That evening, I was cooking dinner when my doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw a woman in her 50s holding an envelope. Olivia, I'm Detective Patricia Hayes, Portland PD. I have some documents for you. I opened the door. Is everything okay? More than okay. The federal prosecutor's office asked me to deliver these personally. She handed me the envelope. Your mother and sister were arrested this morning. Inside were copies of the arrest warrants and booking photos. Teresa looked haggard and confused. Mackenzie looked furious. What are the charges? Identity theft, wire fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy. Your sister also picked up an additional charge for making false statements to federal agents. What did she say? Detective Hayes smiled. She told the FBI that you gave her permission to use your identity and that this was all a family misunderstanding. Then she claimed you were mentally unstable and making everything up. That's not going to help her case. Not at all, especially since we have recorded phone calls of her admitting to the fraud. Your lawyer did excellent work documenting everything. After Detective Hayes left, I called Carter. Did you hear about the arrests? Just got off the phone with the prosecutor. They're being held without bail because they're considered flight risks. Flight risks? Teresa tried to withdraw the remaining money from her savings account yesterday. When the bank told her it was frozen, she asked about opening new accounts under different names. She was going to run. Looks like it. The prosecutor thinks they were planning to disappear before the trial. My old phone, which I kept for legal purposes, buzzed with a voicemail. The caller ID showed the county jail. Olivia, it's me. Teresa's voice was shaky and small. Please, honey, you have to help us. This is all a terrible mistake. I'm your mother. I love you. Please don't let them destroy our family over money. Call the lawyer and tell them you want to drop the charges. Please. The message cut off. 5 minutes later, another voicemail. Olivia, this is insane! Mackenzie's voice was sharp with panic. You're going to let your own mother go to prison. Over what? $40,000? You make that in 2 months. This is crazy. You're crazy. Call Carter and fix this right now. I deleted both messages and blocked the jail's number. Saturday morning brought a surprise. Ryan, the real estate agent, called. Olivia, I wanted to give you a heads up. The house auction is scheduled for next week, but something weird happened. What kind of weird? I got a call from someone claiming to be you, asking about stopping the foreclosure, said you wanted to pay off the mortgage and keep the house in the family. That wasn't me. I figured. The voice was wrong, and when I asked for verification, they hung up. I think someone's trying to impersonate you again. Probably Mackenzie calling from jail. Can she do that? She can try. But she's about to learn that some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. Carter texted me that evening. Preliminary hearing Monday. They're going to try to plea bargain. You ready for this? I looked around my new apartment, at my fresh start, at the life I was building without them. I've been ready for this my whole life. The federal courthouse was an imposing granite building that made everyone look small. I flew back for the hearing, meeting Carter in the lobby at 8 a.m. sharp. They're going to offer a plea deal, he said as we walked through security. Reduced charges in exchange for full restitution and guilty pleas. What's the prosecutor recommending? Depends on how cooperative they are, but, Olivia, there's something you need to know. They hired a lawyer. Good for them. A expensive lawyer, Marcus Webb. He specializes in white-collar defense. How are they paying for an expensive lawyer when all their accounts are frozen? Carter's expression darkened. That's what we're trying to figure out. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. Teresa and Mackenzie sat at the defendant's table in orange jumpsuits, flanked by their attorney. Teresa looked like she'd aged 10 years in a week. Mackenzie kept turning around, scanning the gallery. When she saw me, her face twisted with rage. Your Honor? Marcus Webb stood up. I'd like to request a brief recess to speak with my clients about a potential resolution. Judge Harrison nodded. 15 minutes. In the hallway, Webb approached Carter and me. Ms. Olivia, my clients would like to speak with you directly. Absolutely not, Carter said immediately. Their family, Webb pressed. Surely we can work something out without destroying these women's lives. They destroyed their own lives when they committed multiple felonies. Webb's smile was practiced and cold. My clients maintain this was a family financial arrangement that got misunderstood. They're willing to make full restitution plus interest. With what money? Their accounts are frozen. They have resources. Carter and I exchanged glances. What resources? That's confidential. But they can have your money back within 30 days. No deal, I said. See you in court. Back in the courtroom, the prosecutor, Assistant DA Jennifer Morrison, called her first witness. The state calls Ryan Santiago. Ryan looked nervous as he took the stand, but his testimony was devastating. He walked through the mortgage application process, identifying forged documents and falsified information. Did Teresa Wolfe ever claim to be acting on behalf of her daughter, Olivia? Morrison asked. Multiple times. She said Olivia was too busy with work to handle the paperwork herself, but that she had full authorization to sign documents. Did you ever speak directly to Olivia to confirm this authorization? No. Teresa said Olivia was traveling for work and couldn't be reached. Webb cross-examined aggressively. Mr. Santiago, isn't it true that family members often help each other with financial paperwork? Yes, but typically we require written authorization or the person to be present. But you didn't require that in this case. Teresa was very convincing. She had all the necessary information and documentation. So you didn't follow proper procedures. Ryan's face reddened. I followed the procedures as they were presented to me. The documents appeared legitimate. After Ryan stepped down, Morrison called Louis, my financial advisor. Mr. Allen, can you describe the unauthorized accounts opened in Ms. Olivia's name? Louis pulled out a thick folder. 3 accounts totaling approximately $15,000 in unauthorized activity. The most concerning was the community trust savings account, which was used as collateral for a personal loan. Who took out that loan? Mackenzie Wolfe. She used her sister's credit and the fraudulent savings account to secure $15,000. Has that loan been repaid? No, it's currently 4 months in default. Webb stood up. Objection, Your Honor. This testimony is prejudicial. Overruled. Continue, Mr. Allen. Louis opened another file. There's also the matter of the Metro Bank credit card. $12,000 in charges for wedding-related expenses, all unpaid. Wedding expenses for whom? Mackenzie Wolfe. The charges include a wedding dress, catering deposits, and travel reservations. Morrison turned to the jury. Did Ms. Olivia authorize any of these purchases? Absolutely not. She wasn't even aware of the account's existence until we ran a credit check. During the lunch recess, Carter pulled me aside. We found out how they're paying for Webb. How? Teresa took out a reverse mortgage on her house 3 months ago. $60,000. She mortgaged her house to pay for a lawyer? Gets better. She listed you as a co-signer on the application. I stared at him. She forged my signature on a reverse mortgage? We're adding it to the charges. That's another federal crime. The afternoon session brought the most damaging testimony. Morrison called Detective Patricia Hayes to the stand. Detective Hayes, did you interview the defendants after their arrest? I did. Both Teresa and Mackenzie Wolfe made statements. What did Teresa Wolfe tell you? She admitted to opening accounts in her daughter's name without permission. She said she thought Olivia wouldn't mind because family helps family. And Mackenzie Wolfe? She was more combative. She claimed her sister owed her money for years of emotional support and that taking the money was justified. Did she admit to using the fraudulent accounts? Yes. She said her sister was being dramatic and that she'd pay her back eventually. Webb objected repeatedly, but the damage was done. During his cross-examination, Webb tried a different approach. Detective Hayes, isn't it true that family financial disputes are usually handled in civil court, not criminal court? When they involve identity theft and fraud, they become criminal matters. But these women are mother and daughter. Surely there's room for understanding. Detective Hayes looked directly at the jury. Identity theft is identity theft, regardless of family relationships. In fact, family members often have easier access to personal information, making these crimes more serious, not less. As court adjourned for the day, I watched Teresa and Mackenzie being led away in handcuffs. Teresa was crying. Mackenzie was staring at me with pure hatred. Outside the courthouse, a reporter approached us. Olivia, how does it feel to press charges against your own family? Carter stepped in front of me. No comment. But as we walked away, I heard the reporter talking to her cameraman. Family financial fraud case. Mother and daughter accused of stealing $50,000 from sister. Trial continues tomorrow. That evening, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This isn't over. You think you're so smart, but you don't know everything. We have insurance you don't know about. M. I showed the text to Carter. She's texting from jail. Probably using someone else's phone, but what does she mean by insurance? Carter frowned. I don't know, but with these two, it's probably not good. The courtroom was packed for the final day of testimony. I spotted several neighbors from my old street. local reporters, and what looked like courthouse regulars who came to watch dramatic trials. Morrison called me to the stand first. Ms. Olivia, can you describe your relationship with the defendants prior to discovering the fraud? I thought we were a normal family. I sent my mother money regularly to help with her retirement, and I maintained a relationship with my sister despite her financial irresponsibility. How much money did you send your mother over 2 years? $48,000, all clearly labelled as loans for her retirement fund. Did you ever give permission for this money to be used for other purposes? Never. Every transfer was specifically designated for her future security. Webb stood for cross-examination. Ms. Olivia, isn't it true that you make a substantial salary in the tech industry? I do well, yes. And isn't it true that $48,000 represents less than 1 year's salary for you? Carter objected. Relevance, Your Honor? I'll allow it. Answer the question. The amount doesn't matter. Theft is theft. Webb smiled condescendingly. But surely you can afford to help your struggling family members? I was helping, with loans. Not gifts. Loans that you never expected to be repaid? I expected them to be repaid when my mother retired and needed the money back. But you're successful, single, no children. Don't you think family should come first? I looked directly at the jury. Family should be based on love and respect, not theft and lies. Webb's expression hardened. Isn't it true that you've always resented your sister's happiness? Objection. Carter stood up. Sustained. Move on, Counselor. No further questions. Morrison called her final witness, a forensic accountant who had traced every fraudulent transaction. The numbers were devastating. 15 accounts opened without authorization, over $70,000 in total theft when including the reverse mortgage fraud, and a pattern of deception spanning 3 years. Then Webb called his first defense witness, Mackenzie. She took the stand wearing a conservative dress instead of the orange jumpsuit, clearly trying to look sympathetic. Mackenzie, can you describe your relationship with your sister? Olivia has always been jealous of me. She's bitter about being single and unsuccessful in relationships, so she takes it out on family. Did you believe you had permission to use her financial information? Of course. Mom handled all our family finances. She said Olivia wanted to help me get stable. Did you intend to pay back the money? Absolutely. Once I got on my feet with the house, I was going to start making payments. Morrison's cross-examination was brutal. Ms. Mackenzie, you're 32 years old. How long have you been unemployed? I've been between jobs, focusing on personal growth. For 3 years. The job market is difficult. Yet you felt entitled to a $48,000 house down payment? My sister makes good money. She could afford it. Did you ask her permission before using her credit for wedding expenses? Mackenzie's composure cracked. That was different. The engagement ended, and I needed to cover the deposits. So, you committed fraud because your relationship failed. I didn't commit fraud. I borrowed money from family. By forging your sister's signature and opening accounts in her name without permission. Mom said it was okay. Your mother isn't your sister. She can't give permission to steal someone else's identity. Mackenzie started crying. You don't understand what it's like being the disappointment. Olivia was always the perfect one, and I just wanted something good to happen to me. So you decided to steal it? I didn't steal anything. I borrowed from my sister. Morrison held up a stack of documents. These are credit card statements showing $12,000 in wedding expenses charged to accounts opened in your sister's name. How is that borrowing? I was going to tell her. When? After you'd destroyed her credit? Webb objected, but the damage was clear. Mackenzie had admitted to everything on the stand. Teresa's testimony was even worse. She broke down completely, sobbing about how she just wanted to help her struggling daughter. "I never meant to hurt Olivia," she wailed. "I thought she'd understand. She's always been so responsible." "So, you decided to steal from the responsible daughter to give to the irresponsible one?" Morrison asked. "It wasn't stealing. It was family, helping family." "By committing identity theft?" "I didn't know it was illegal." Morrison held up the reverse mortgage documents. "You signed your daughter's name to a $60,000 loan without her knowledge. You didn't know that was illegal." Teresa's lawyer tried to object, but she kept talking. "I was desperate. Mackenzie needed help, and Olivia has so much money. I thought she wouldn't miss it." "So you forged her signature on federal documents?" "I just wanted my daughters to both be happy." The jury deliberated for 2 hours. "On the charge of identity theft in the first degree, we find the defendant Teresa Wolfe guilty. On the charge of wire fraud, we find the defendant Teresa Wolfe guilty. On the charge of conspiracy to commit fraud, we find the defendant Mackenzie Wolfe guilty." The verdicts continued. Guilty on all counts for both defendants. Judge Harrison scheduled sentencing for the following week, but announced immediate asset forfeiture. The house would be seized and auctioned, with proceeds going to restitution. As the bailiff led them away, Mackenzie turned and screamed at me, "This isn't over! You think you won, but you have no idea what's coming!" Teresa just sobbed. Outside the courthouse, Carter put his arm around my shoulders. "That was surgical," he said. "It's not over yet." Mackenzie said something about insurance. What did she mean? "I don't know, but we'll find out. For now, you won. Completely." The reporters surrounded us, but Carter pushed through them to our car. As we drove away, I saw the house auction notice being posted on the courthouse steps. Mackenzie's dream home would be sold to the highest bidder within 30 days. "How much prison time are they looking at?" I asked. "Teresa could get 5 to 7 years. Mackenzie, with her attitude and the additional charges, maybe 8 to 10. "Good. Olivia, I have to ask, do you feel any guilt about this?" I watched the courthouse disappear in the rearview mirror. "None whatsoever. They made their choices. Now they get to live with the consequences." The sentencing hearing brought closure I didn't know I needed. Judge Harrison was thorough and unforgiving. "Teresa Wolfe, you are sentenced to 6 years in federal prison, followed by 3 years supervised probation. You will pay full restitution of $73,000 plus court costs." Teresa collapsed in her chair, sobbing. "Mackenzie Wolfe, your lack of remorse and continued attempts to manipulate this process have been noted. You are sentenced to 8 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years supervised probation. You will also pay full restitution and are permanently barred from opening any financial accounts without court supervision." Mackenzie stood up, shaking with rage. "This is insane! She's my sister! She's supposed to help me!" "Miss Wolfe, you are in contempt of court. Add 30 days to your sentence." The bailiff dragged her away as she screamed obscenities at me. Carter and I walked out of the courthouse into bright sunshine. The whole ordeal had taken 4 months from discovery to sentencing. "The house auction is tomorrow," he said. "Are you going to attend?" "Wouldn't miss it." The auction drew a decent crowd, local investors, young families, curious neighbors. I sat in the back, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. The auctioneer started bidding at $200,000. The house was worth at least $250 in the current market. "Do I hear 210? Several hands went up. The bidding climbed steadily. "240. Do I hear 240? One hand remained up, a young couple in their 20s, holding hands and whispering nervously. "240 going once, going twice." "250. I called out. The auctioneer looked surprised. "250 from the lady in the back. Do I hear 260? The young couple looked defeated. They shook their heads. "250 going once, going twice, sold to bidder number 47. I walked to the registration table and wrote a check for the full amount. "Cash sale?" the clerk asked, impressed. "Cash sale." The next day, I met with Ryan at the house to do a final walkthrough. "I have to ask," he said, as we stood in the living room. "Why did you buy it?" "Because I could, and because I wanted to make sure it went to someone who deserved it." "What are you going to do with it?" "Rent it to that young couple who were bidding yesterday. They looked like they really wanted it." Ryan smiled. "That's generous of you." "It's practical. Good tenants are hard to find." My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I know what you did. Buying the house was petty, but you still don't know about the insurance policy. Check your credit report. M." I showed the message to Carter when I got back to Portland. "She's still trying to mess with your head from prison. Ignore it." "No, run another credit check. She's been right about hidden surprises before." The credit report came back clean, but Louis found something else. "Olivia, there's a life insurance policy in your name. $500,000, with Mackenzie listed as the beneficiary." "When was it opened?" 2 years ago. The premiums have been paid from the community trust account, the fraudulent one." "So, they took out life insurance on me and used my stolen money to pay for it?" "It gets worse. There's a clause about accidental death paying double." Carter's face went pale. "Olivia, you need to contact the FBI immediately." "Why?" "Because your sister just texted you about insurance from prison, and there's a $1 million policy on your life that she benefits from." The FBI took the threat seriously. Agent Sarah Kim interviewed me for 3 hours about the insurance policy and Mackenzie's recent communications. "We're going to add conspiracy to commit murder to her charges," Agent Kim said. "Taking out life insurance on someone without their knowledge, especially with these threatening messages, suggests intent." "Will she get more prison time?" "If convicted, she's looking at life without parole." The insurance company investigation revealed the full scope of their plan. Teresa had forged my signature on the life insurance application, listing a fake address and using the fraudulent bank account for payments. "They were planning this for 2 years, Agent Kim explained during our follow-up meeting. "The house purchase was supposed to be the final step before they eliminated you as a financial threat. They were going to kill me." "The evidence suggests they were considering it. The insurance policy, the escalating fraud, the attempts to isolate you financially. It all points to a long-term plan." Dr. Martinez helped me process the revelation during our session. How does it feel to know the truth about their intentions? Validating, actually. I always knew something was wrong with how they treated me. Now I know it wasn't just favoritism. It was predatory. Do you feel guilty about the sentences they received? No. If anything, I feel like I saved my own life. The additional charges against Mackenzie made national news. Sister plots murder for insurance money ran on several major outlets. Carter called me after the story broke. Mackenzie's lawyer is trying to plea bargain. She's offering to testify against Teresa in exchange for a reduced sentence. What's the prosecutor saying? No deal. They have enough evidence to convict both of them on all charges. Regina stopped by my apartment that evening with takeout and wine. So, how does it feel to be the sister who survived a murder plot? Surreal, but also liberating. I spent my whole life thinking I was the problem in that family. And now? Now I know I was the target. My phone rang. The caller ID showed the county jail again. Don't answer it, Regina said. I picked up anyway. Olivia, please. Teresa's voice was barely a whisper. I'm dying in here. The other inmates know what I did. They hate people who hurt family. Good. Please, I'm your mother. I love you. No, you don't. You never did. If you loved me, you wouldn't have tried to kill me for insurance money. That wasn't my idea. That was all Mackenzie. I just wanted to help her. By murdering me? I never agreed to that part. I swear. But you knew about it. Silence. Goodbye, Teresa. Don't call me again. I hung up and blocked the number. Feel better? Regina asked. Actually, yes. 6 months after the sentencing, I got a letter from the young couple renting Mackenzie's old house. They wanted to know if I'd consider selling it to them. I met with them at a coffee shop near the house. We love living there, the wife, Emma, said. It feels like home. We've been saving for a down payment, her husband Jake added. We could probably manage 15% down if you'd consider owner financing. What do you think the house is worth? Maybe $260 in this market. I pulled out a contract I'd had Carter prepare. I'll sell it to you for exactly what I paid at auction. $250. No down payment required. Monthly payments at 3% interest for 30 years. Emma started crying. Are you serious? Dead serious. Good people deserve good homes. They signed the papers that afternoon. Walking away from the house for the last time, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Peace. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Please help. Mom's in the hospital. We have nothing. I stared at the message for a long moment, then deleted it without responding. They say blood is thicker than water, but I learned something important through all of this. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. The family you choose is stronger than the family you're born into. I chose myself. And for the first time in my life, that felt like enough. In the end, oil floats. And so did I.
I didn't know I could feel invisible in a room full of people. But in the Holland family, I learned to become a ghost before I even left. My name is Roslyn, and for 8 years I was married to a man who forgot I existed the moment his mother entered the room. Tonight, like every other family gathering, I sat in the corner of Scarlett's pristine living room, watching the performance unfold. Caden, darling, sit here beside me. Scarlett patted the velvet cushion next to her wheelchair, her voice dripping with the kind of sweetness that made my teeth ache. "Tell me about the Morrison case." My husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, though I didn't know it yet, practically glowed under her attention. "We won, of course. The settlement was even bigger than we projected. That's my brilliant boy." Scarlett's eyes swept the room, landing on each of her children like a queen surveying her court. Riley, her eldest daughter, preened from the mahogany bar where she was mixing drinks. Victor, the middle son, looked up from his phone with barely concealed jealousy. Abigail, the baby of the family at 34, giggled from her perch on the ottoman. Then Scarlett's gaze found me. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Roslyn," she said my name like it left a bad taste in her mouth. "You're awfully quiet tonight." "Just listening," I replied, keeping my voice steady. 8 years of practice had taught me that engaging was dangerous, but silence was somehow worse. Scarlett's lips pursed. "Riley was just telling us about her daughter's acceptance to Princeton. Such wonderful news. Family legacy, you know." Riley beamed, raising her martini glass. "Emma's the third generation to attend. Some traditions are worth preserving." The unspoken words hung in the air like smoke, unlike some people who can't even produce the next generation. "Speaking of family," Abigail chimed in, her voice pitched with false concern. "Roslyn, honey, are you still seeing that fertility specialist? Dr. What's his name?" My fingers tightened around my wine glass. "We're taking a break from treatments." "Oh." Abigail's eyes widened with theatrical sympathy. "Well, you know what they say. When God closes a door, he opens a window. Maybe it's just not meant to be." Gordon, Riley's husband, cleared his throat. "There are always other options. Adoption. Surrogacy." "Gordon," Caden's voice cut through the suggestion like a blade. "That's enough." For a moment, I thought he was defending me. Then I saw his face, not protective, but embarrassed. Embarrassed by me, by us, by the failure I represented. "Of course, dear," Scarlett said, her voice silk over steel. "We shouldn't dwell on disappointments. Life is too short." Victor snorted from his corner. "Some disappointments last longer than others." "Victor," Scarlett warned, but there was no real heat in it. The conversation moved on, flowing around me like I was a stone in a river. They discussed business deals, vacation plans, Riley's husband's promotion, Abigail's latest charity gala. Normal family things that somehow felt like weapons when wielded by the Hollands. I excused myself to use the bathroom, needing a moment to breathe. The hallway was lined with family portraits, generations of Hollands staring down with the same cold eyes. I paused at the most recent one, taken just after Caden and I married. I stood at the edge of the frame, literally and figuratively on the outside. The bathroom's occupied. I turned to find Brooke, Scarlett's nurse, emerging from the kitchen with a tray of medications. "Oh, that's fine. I was just getting some air." Brooke's smile was kind, the first genuine warmth I'd felt all evening. "I don't blame you. These family dinners can be intense. That's one word for it." She glanced toward the living room, then back at me. "For what it's worth, I think you handle it with more grace than I would." Before I could respond, she was gone, disappearing into Scarlett's bedroom with the medications. I stood there for a moment, surprised by the unexpected kindness. When I returned to the living room, the conversation had shifted to Scarlett's health. She'd been battling cancer for months, though she wielded her illness like another tool of control. "The doctors want to discuss treatment options," she was saying, "but I'm more concerned about other matters. Legacy, ensuring the family's future is secure." Her eyes found mine across the room, and something cold slithered down my spine. "After all," she continued, her voice carrying clearly, "we can't let parasites destroy what generations have built." The room fell silent. Riley and Abigail exchanged glances. Victor actually looked up from his phone. Caden stared at his hands, and I realised, with crystalline clarity, that I was the parasite she was talking about. Later, as we drove home in silence, I caught Caden glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Not with love, not with concern, but with something that looked dangerously like calculation. I should have known then that the real performance was just beginning. The ink wasn't dry, and I was already erased. The call came at 6 a.m. Caden's phone buzzed against the nightstand, and I watched him answer with the kind of alertness that meant family emergency. What? When? His voice was sharp, awake instantly. We'll be right there. What's wrong? I asked, already reaching for my robe. Mum collapsed. They're taking her to Presbyterian. The hospital smelled like disinfectant and desperation. The Holland family had claimed the entire waiting area like conquering generals, their voices echoing off the sterile walls. Riley paced near the windows, her heels clicking an anxious rhythm. Victor slouched in a plastic chair, scrolling through his phone with forced casualness. Abigail dabbed at her eyes with tissues that looked suspiciously dry. "How is she?" Caden asked, rushing to Riley's side. "Stable, for now," Riley said, "but the doctors want to talk to all of us, together." Gordon appeared with coffee, distributing cups like he was hosting a board meeting. Franklin hovered near Abigail, whispering reassurances that sounded more like stock phrases than genuine comfort. "Family only," the doctor said when we crowded into the small consultation room. I started to step back, but Caden's hand found my elbow. "She's family." The doctor nodded and launched into medical terminology that boiled down to one simple truth. Scarlett was dying. Weeks, maybe a month if they were lucky. "We want to take her home," Riley said immediately. "She'd hate being here." "We can arrange hospice care," the doctor replied. "Make her comfortable." The ride back to the Holland estate was silent, except for the sound of Abigail sniffling. Scarlett had insisted on being discharged immediately, and now she held court from her hospital bed, which had been moved to the main living room like a throne. "Gather around," she said, her voice weaker but still commanding. "All of you." We formed a semicircle around her bed. Riley and Victor flanked her right side, Abigail and Franklin on the left. Caden and I stood at the foot, and I noticed how he positioned himself slightly in front of me, like a shield. "I don't have time for sentiment," Scarlett began, "so I'll be direct. This family has built something worth preserving, generations of hard work, sacrifice, and smart decisions." Her eyes swept over each of her children, lingering on their faces with something that might have been pride. "But legacy isn't just about money. It's about bloodline, about ensuring the right people carry our name forward." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. I felt Caden tense beside me. "Caden," Scarlett's voice cut through the silence like a scalpel, "you're my heir, the one I've groomed to lead this family, but I need to know you understand what that means." "Of course, Mum. It means choosing family over everything else. It means understanding that some relationships are investments, and others—" Her eyes flicked to me, then back to him. "Others are liabilities." Riley stepped closer to the bed. "Mum, what are you saying?" "I'm saying that my will reflects my values, and my values prioritize family, real family, blood family." Scarlett's breathing was laboured, but her words were crystal clear. "Caden, you have a choice to make. Your inheritance, your position as head of this family, depends on it." The silence stretched like a taut wire. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. What choice? Caden's voice was barely a whisper. Scarlett smiled, and it was the coldest thing I'd ever seen. "Divorce her or lose everything." The words hit me like a physical blow. I actually stepped backward, my hand finding the wall for support. "Mom," Abigail gasped, "you can't be serious." "I'm dying, dear. I've never been more serious about anything in my life." Riley's eyes gleamed. "It makes sense. The family assets should stay in the family." This is insane. I finally found my voice. Caden, tell her this is insane. But when I looked at my husband, the man I'd loved for 10 years, married for 8, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. He wasn't looking at me with shock or outrage or even sympathy. He was calculating. How long do I have to decide? He asked. The question hung in the air like poison gas. Not, this is ridiculous, Mom. Not, I won't choose between my wife and money. Just, how long? 24 hours, Scarlett said. The lawyers are already drawing up the papers. What papers? I demanded. Victor spoke up from his corner, his voice almost gleeful. Divorce papers, obviously, and a new will that cuts you out completely if Caden doesn't sign them. Caden! I turned to him, searching his face for any sign of the man I'd married. Say something. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw my answer in his eyes before he spoke. I need some air, he said, and walked out of the room. Riley's laugh was like breaking glass. Well, that was easier than expected. The poor dear, Abigail cooed, but her eyes were bright with malicious excitement. This must be so hard for you, Roslyn, but really it's for the best. You'll be free to find someone who can give you what you need. What I need? My voice sounded strange, distant. Children, dear. A real family. Caden needs to think about his legacy now. Gordon cleared his throat. There will be a settlement, of course. Scarlett's not unreasonable. How generous, I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. Caden returned an hour later with an envelope. His hands shook as he held it out to me, but his voice was firm. I'm sorry, Roslyn, but I can't lose everything my family built. I stared at the envelope, then at him. Everything your family built? What about everything we built? We didn't build anything, he said quietly. We just existed. I took the papers with numb fingers. The room was so quiet I could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. Where will you go? Abigail asked, and I could hear the fake concern dripping from every word. That's not your problem anymore, I said, standing up. Is it? As I walked toward the door, Brooke appeared with Scarlett's evening medications. She took one look at my face and stepped aside. I'm sorry, she whispered as I passed. She was the only one who was. By dawn, she was gone. I was out of the family, but tethered to its fate in a way none of them would suspect. The call came at 2 a.m, 3 days after I'd signed the divorce papers. I was in my temporary apartment, surrounded by boxes I hadn't bothered to unpack, when my phone buzzed with an unknown number. Hello? Roslyn, it's Brooke, Scarlett's nurse. I sat up in bed, instantly alert. What's wrong? She's asking for you. She's not doing well, and she keeps saying your name. I know it's strange given everything that happened, but I'll be right there. The Holland estate looked different at night. Smaller somehow, less imposing. Most of the windows were dark except for the main living room where Scarlett's bed glowed under soft lamplight. Brooke met me at the front door. Thank you for coming. I wasn't sure you would. Neither was I. She's been agitated all evening, kept asking where you were, if anyone had called you. The family thinks it's the medication, but... She shrugged. I've seen a lot of people die. Sometimes they need to make things right. The living room was empty except for Scarlett and the machines keeping her comfortable. She looked smaller than I remembered, fragile in a way that seemed impossible for someone who had wielded so much power. Roslyn? Her voice was barely a whisper. You came. Brooke said you wanted to see me. Sit, please. She gestured weakly to the chair beside her bed. I need to tell you something. I sat, keeping my distance. What is it? I was wrong. The words came out in a rush, like she'd been holding them back. About you, about what I did. Scarlett? No, let me finish. I don't have long. She struggled to sit up straighter. I spent so many years protecting this family, building walls, keeping out anyone I thought might hurt us. But I became the one doing the hurting. Her eyes were clearer than I'd seen them in months. You were good to Caden, good to all of us, even when we didn't deserve it, and I destroyed that because I was afraid. Afraid of what? Of losing control, of admitting that maybe bloodline isn't everything, that maybe the family needed someone like you more than it needed someone like me. I stared at her, this woman who had made my life hell for 8 years, now lying broken and regretful in her hospital bed. Why are you telling me this now? Because I need to fix what I broke. She reached for something on her nightstand, a thick envelope. I called my lawyer tonight, had him come here. Scarlett, what did you do? What I should have done years ago. She held out the envelope with shaking hands. I changed my will. A codicil. Legal and binding. I didn't take the envelope. I don't want your money. This isn't about what you want. It's about what's right. Her voice grew stronger, more like the commanding woman I remembered. Take it. Against my better judgment, I opened the envelope. The legal language was dense, but one section stood out in bold letters. Trustee and sole administrator of estate. I don't understand. You're the trustee, Roslyn. Everything, the house, the businesses, the investments, all of it goes into a trust, and you control it. My hands started shaking. Scarlett, this is insane. Your children, my children will get their inheritance, but only if you approve it, only if you think they deserve it. She gripped my wrist with surprising strength. You're the only one with a conscience left in this family. They'll contest this. They'll fight it. Let them try. I had 3 lawyers review it. It's ironclad. She smiled, and for the first time since I'd known her, it looked genuine. Besides, you were there when I signed it. You're the witness. I was the witness. You're here now, aren't you? Brooke, she called out, and the nurse appeared immediately. Bring Lucia. Tell her it's time. Lucia's here? I asked. I called her after I called you. She's been waiting in the kitchen. My friend and lawyer appeared in the doorway, looking as confused as I felt. Roslyn, what are you doing here? Witnessing a codicil, Scarlett said firmly. Both of you, come here. The next 20 minutes passed in a blur of signatures and legal formalities. Lucia kept shooting me questioning looks, but I was too stunned to respond. Scarlett signed with a steady hand, then had both Lucia and me witness the document. There, she said, sinking back into her pillows. It's done. Scarlett, I started, but she held up a hand. I know you hate me. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I need you to promise me something. What? Don't let them destroy each other. They're going to be angry, desperate. They'll turn on each other like wolves. Tears were streaming down her face now. But they're still my children. Don't let my mistakes destroy them completely. I looked at this woman who had tormented me, who had cost me my marriage, who was now handing me the power to control her family's entire future. I can't promise that. Then promise me you'll be fair, that you'll remember the good in them, even when they can't remember it themselves. Before I could answer, her breathing changed, became laboured, desperate. Brooke, I called out. The nurse rushed in, checked Scarlett's vitals, then looked at me with sad eyes. It won't be long now. Scarlett's hand found mine. You may be the only one with a conscience left, she whispered. Don't lose it. She died an hour later, just as the sun was rising. Brooke called the family, and I slipped out the back door before they arrived. I sat in my car in the driveway, staring at the envelope in my hands. Inside was a document that would change everything. That would give me power over the people who had destroyed my life. Lucia knocked on my window. Roslyn, are you okay? I rolled down the window. Did you know what she was planning? Not until tonight. She called me at midnight, said it was urgent. Lucia studied my face. Are you going to be okay with this? I looked back at the house where lights were starting to come on as the family gathered to mourn their matriarch. They had no idea what was waiting for them. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but I guess we're about to find out." They'd learned to hunt in a pack, but they had no idea the rules had changed. The funeral was everything Scarlett would have wanted: expensive, well-attended, and perfectly orchestrated. I watched from the back of the church as the Holland children played their parts. Riley, stoic and dignified in her black Chanel suit. Victor, uncomfortable in his too-tight tie. Abigail, dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief that matched her dress. Caden delivered the eulogy. He spoke about legacy, about family values, about a woman who built an empire through sheer force of will. He didn't mention me once, which was probably for the best. I left before the burial. "You sure you don't want to come back to the house?" Lucia asked as we stood in the church parking lot. "The will reading is scheduled for tomorrow." "I'm sure." I watched the funeral procession form, black cars lined up like dominoes. Let them have their moment. "Roslyn, you know they're going to be furious, vindictive, ready to tear me apart." I shrugged. Nothing new there. That evening, my phone started ringing. First Riley, then Victor, then Abigail. I let them all go to voicemail. Riley's message was crisp and businesslike. "Roslyn, I know we've had our differences, but we need to discuss Mum's arrangements. Call me back." Victor's was more direct. "What the hell are you playing at? Call me." Abigail's was pure manipulation wrapped in fake sweetness. "Oh, honey, I know this must be so hard for you, losing Mum right after the divorce. We should talk as family." I deleted them all. The next morning, I met Lucia at her office before heading to the law firm handling Scarlett's estate. "You ready for this?" she asked, straightening her blazer. "Are they ever ready for something like this?" "I meant you. I thought about that. Was I ready to face the people who had systematically destroyed my marriage, my self-worth, my place in the world? Was I ready to hold their financial futures in my hands? Let's find out. The conference room at Morrison, Blake & Associates was all mahogany and leather, designed to intimidate. The Holland family had claimed one side of the massive table like they were preparing for battle. Riley sat at the head, naturally assuming leadership. Victor slouched beside her, scrolling through his phone. Abigail perched on the edge of her chair, whispering to Franklin. Caden sat at the far end, staring at his hands. He looked up when I entered, and something flickered across his face. Guilt, maybe, or regret. I couldn't tell any more. "Roslyn," Riley's voice was ice-cold polite. "How unexpected?" "The deceased requested her presence," said Mr. Morrison, the lead attorney. He was a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Shall we begin?" Of course," Riley said, settling back in her chair with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what was coming. Morrison opened a thick folder and began reading in the monotone voice lawyers perfect in law school. The standard provisions came first: charitable donations, bequests to long-time employees, Brooke receiving a generous sum that made me smile. Then came the meat of it. "To my children, Riley, Caden, Victor and Abigail, I leave equal shares of my estate to be divided as follows." Riley actually smiled. Victor put down his phone. Abigail squeezed Franklin's hand. Morrison continued reading dollar amounts that made my head spin. The house, the investment portfolio, the business interests, all divided equally among the 4 siblings. "Well," Riley said when he paused. "That's settled then." "Actually," Morrison said, clearing his throat, "there's a codicil added 3 days before Mrs. Holland's death." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "A what?" Victor demanded. "A codicil, an amendment to the will." Morrison's voice grew more formal. "It reads as follows. Having reconsidered the distribution of my estate, I hereby establish the Scarlet Holland Family Trust, with all assets previously bequeathed to my children to be held in said trust. A trust? Riley's voice was sharp. What kind of trust? Morrison continued reading. The trust shall be administered by a sole trustee who shall have complete discretion over all distributions, investments, and management decisions. Who's the trustee? Caden asked, though something in his voice suggested he already knew. Morrison looked directly at me. Roslyn Evans, formerly Roslyn Holland. The silence that followed was deafening. I could hear the air conditioning humming, the distant sound of traffic, my own heartbeat. That's impossible, Riley said finally. I'm afraid it's quite legal, Morrison replied. The codicil was properly witnessed and executed according to state law. Witnessed by whom? Victor demanded. Ms. Evans herself and Lucia Martinez, attorney at law. All eyes turned to me. I sat perfectly still, my hands folded in my lap, saying nothing. This is insane, Abigail whispered. She's not even family anymore. The codicil was executed before the divorce was finalized, Morrison explained. At the time of signing, Ms. Evans was still legally a Holland. Riley stood up so fast her chair rolled backward. We'll contest this, obviously. That's your right, Morrison said calmly, though I should mention that Mrs. Holland anticipated this possibility. She included a clause stating that any beneficiary who contests the will forfeits their inheritance entirely. So we get nothing? Victor's voice cracked. You get whatever Miss Evans approves, Morrison clarified. She has sole discretion over all distributions from the trust. The room erupted. Riley started shouting about legal challenges. Victor threatened to call his own lawyer. Abigail burst into tears. Franklin and Gordon tried to calm their wives, while clearly panicking themselves. Through it all, Caden just stared at me. Why? He asked quietly, his voice cutting through the chaos. I looked at him. This man who had chosen money over love, who had handed me divorce papers without a fight, who had stood by while his family destroyed me piece by piece. You'll have to ask your mother, I said, standing up. Oh, wait, you can't. I walked toward the door, but Riley blocked my path. You manipulative bitch, she hissed. You planned this whole thing. Did I? I met her eyes steadily. Or did you all just assume that destroying someone's life wouldn't have consequences? We'll fight this, she said. We'll tie this up in court for years. Good luck with that. I stepped around her. But remember, every day you spend fighting is another day you don't get a penny. As I reached the door, Caden called out, Roslyn, wait. I turned back. What do you want? He asked. Money? Revenge? What's it going to take? I looked at all of them. These people who had made me feel worthless, invisible, less than human. They were staring at me with desperation now, hanging on my every word. I want you to remember this feeling, I said. The feeling of having your future decided by someone else. The feeling of being powerless. I walked out, leaving them in chaos behind me. In the elevator, Lucia squeezed my shoulder. How do you feel? I thought about it as we descended. Like I'm finally visible again. Their faces were drained of colour, the same as when they had tried to erase me. The second will reading happened exactly 1 week later. Morrison had called to say there were additional provisions that needed to be addressed, and the family was required to attend. This time, I arrived early. I wanted to watch them walk in, to see their faces when they realised I was already there, already in control. Riley entered first, her usual confidence replaced by something harder, more desperate. She'd lost weight in the past week, and her perfectly styled hair couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes. Roslyn. She nodded curtly, taking a seat across from me instead of ignoring me like usual. Victor came in next, looking like he hadn't slept. His shirt was wrinkled, his tie crooked. "This is bullshit," he muttered to no one in particular. Abigail appeared in the doorway, clutching Franklin's arm. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she kept glancing at me like I might disappear if she looked away. Caden was last. He paused when he saw me, and for a moment I thought he might turn around and leave. Instead, he took the seat at the far end of the table, as far from everyone as possible. "Thank you all for coming," Morrison began, opening a new folder. "As I mentioned, there are additional provisions in Mrs. Holland's will that need to be addressed." "More surprises?" Riley's voice was bitter. "In a manner of speaking." Morrison adjusted his glasses. "The trust I mentioned last week comes with specific conditions that weren't outlined in the initial reading." He began reading from a document I'd never seen before. Apparently, Scarlett had been even more thorough than I'd realized. "The trustee shall have the authority to distribute funds for the following purposes: education, medical expenses, housing, and business investments. However, all distributions must be approved in writing and are subject to the trustee's discretion based on the recipient's character and conduct." Character and conduct? Victor laughed harshly. "What is this, Sunday school?" Morrison continued. "Furthermore, any beneficiary who engages in behaviour deemed detrimental to the family's reputation or values may have their access to the trust suspended indefinitely." "Who determines what's detrimental?" Riley demanded. Morrison looked at me. "The trustee." The room fell silent. I could feel their eyes on me, calculating, measuring, trying to figure out what I wanted. "There's more," Morrison said. "Mrs. Holland has established specific guidelines for each beneficiary." He pulled out individual sealed envelopes, each marked with a name. "Riley Holland Tucker," he read from the first envelope. "Your mother noted your ambitious nature. Your access to the trust is contingent upon demonstrating genuine remorse for past actions and a commitment to treating all family members with respect." Riley's face went white. "Past actions? Your mother was quite specific about the emotional abuse you inflicted on certain family members." Morrison's voice was clinical. "She felt this needed to be addressed before any distributions could be made." "This is insane," Riley whispered. Morrison moved to the next envelope. "Victor Holland, your mother expressed concern about your gambling debts and poor financial decisions. Your access to the trust requires completion of financial counselling and a formal apology to family members you've wronged." Victor shot to his feet. "She can't do this! She's dead!" "Sit down, Victor," Morrison said calmly. "There's more." He opened Abigail's envelope. "Abigail Holland Wise, your mother noted your tendency toward gossip and manipulation. Your access requires a written commitment to cease spreading rumours and malicious talk about family members." Abigail started crying. I didn't mean." "And finally," Morrison said, opening the last envelope, "Caden Holland." Caden didn't look up from his hands. "Your mother's instructions for you are the most detailed." She wrote, and I quote, "My son chose money over love, inheritance over integrity. He will receive nothing from this trust until he can demonstrate that he understands the value of loyalty and the cost of betrayal." The silence stretched like a taut wire. Caden's shoulders shook, but he didn't make a sound. "What does that mean exactly?" Franklin asked, his voice barely a whisper. Morrison looked at me again. "It means the trustee will determine when, if ever, Mr. Holland has met his mother's conditions." Riley stood up slowly. "So, you're saying that she pointed at me, gets to decide whether we ever see a penny of our inheritance?" "That's correct." "And if we don't meet her conditions?" "Then you receive nothing." Victor kicked his chair. "This is extortion." "This is your mother's will," Morrison replied, "legally executed and binding." "How much?" Abigail asked suddenly. How much is in the trust? Morrison consulted his papers. Approximately $47 million, plus real estate and business interests valued at another $30 million. The number hung in the air like a physical presence. $77 million, more money than any of them had imagined. And she controls all of it. Riley's voice was barely audible. Every penny. Riley turned to me, her face a mask of barely controlled rage. What do you want, Roslyn? Name your price. My price? I stood up, smoothing down my skirt. I want you to remember how it felt when you told me I wasn't really family, when you laughed about my infertility, when you stood by and watched your brother choose money over his marriage. That's not, Abigail started. I want you to remember, I continued, how it felt to be powerless, to have your future decided by people who didn't care about you. We get it, Victor snarled. You're angry, but this is our inheritance, our family's money. Your family's money, I repeated. Funny how I'm suddenly family again when you need something from me. Caden finally looked up. What do you want me to do, Roslyn? Grovel, beg, tell me what you want. I studied his face. This man I'd loved, who'd thrown me away like garbage when it became inconvenient to keep me. I want you to understand what you did, I said quietly. I want you to feel what I felt when you handed me those divorce papers, when you chose them over me without even hesitating. I made a mistake, he said. I know that now. Do you? Or are you just saying that because I hold the purse strings? He didn't answer, which was answer enough. I gathered my purse and stood. Mr. Morrison, please send me copies of all the documentation. I'll need time to review everything before making any decisions. Of course, and the family's requests for distributions. I looked around the table at their desperate faces. I'll be in touch. As I walked toward the door, Riley called out, Roslyn, please, we can work something out. We can... I turned back one last time. You know what the funny thing is? Your mother was right about one thing. Family should come first. Too bad you never learned that lesson when it mattered. I left them sitting there, staring at the ruins of their expectations. In the parking garage, Lucia was waiting by my car. How did it go? Better than I expected. I unlocked the car, then paused. Lucia, am I a terrible person for enjoying this? She considered the question seriously. After what they put you through, I'd say you're human. That's what I'm afraid of. They finally heard the click of the cage and realized I held the key. The first one to break was Abigail. She showed up at my apartment on a Tuesday morning, clutching a box of pastries from the expensive bakery downtown. Her makeup was perfect, but I could see the desperation in her eyes. Roslyn, honey, I brought your favourites, those little lemon tarts you always liked at the family brunches. I hadn't invited her in, but she pushed past me anyway, settling herself on my couch like we were old friends. Abigail, what do you want? I want to apologise. She set the pastries on my coffee table with shaking hands. For everything. For the things I said, the way I treated you. I was horrible. Yes, you were. She flinched at my bluntness. I know you have every right to hate me, but I need you to understand. I have children, Roslyn. 2 beautiful babies who need their college funds, their future secured. You should have thought about that before you spent 8 years making my life hell. I know. Tears started flowing, and for once they looked real. But they're innocent in all this. They don't deserve to suffer because their mother was a bitch. I sat down across from her. Tell me about the gossip, Abigail. What? The rumours you spread about me? The things you whispered at dinner parties, at charity events? Tell me about those. Her face crumpled. I don't know what you mean. The fertility clinic visits. How did everyone know about those? I never told anyone except Caden. She looked down at her hands. Caden mentioned it once, and I I might have repeated it. Might have? Okay, I did. I told people, but it wasn't malicious, I swear. It was just conversation. Conversation. I leaned back. What else was just conversation? Roslyn, please. The time you told everyone at Riley's birthday party that I was probably faking the miscarriages for attention. Was that conversation too? Her face went white. You heard that? I heard a lot of things, Abigail. I was just invisible enough that people forgot I was there. She started sobbing then, ugly tears that ruined her makeup. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was jealous, okay? You were everything I wasn't. Educated, sophisticated, independent. I felt threatened. So you decided to destroy me. I didn't think. No, you didn't think. None of you did. I stood up. You can keep the pastries. I'm not hungry. Roslyn, wait. What about my children? What about their future? I paused at the door. What about it? Can you find it in your heart to help them, even if you can't forgive me? I'll think about it. She left, but not before leaving her business card with a handwritten note on the back. Please, they're all I have. Victor came next 2 days later. No pastries, no tears, just raw desperation and barely contained rage. Cut the shit, Roslyn, what's it going to take? He'd cornered me in the parking garage of my building, blocking my path to the elevator. Excuse me? You want an apology? Fine. I'm sorry I called you a gold-digging bitch. I'm sorry I said you were probably screwing around because Caden couldn't satisfy you. I'm sorry for every shitty thing I ever said. There, happy? That's not how apologies work, Victor. Then tell me how they work. He slammed his hand against the concrete wall. Tell me what you want so I can get my life back. Your life? You mean the life where you gambled away your trust fund and had to borrow money from your mother to pay your debts? His face darkened. How do you know about that? I know a lot of things, like how you've been stealing from the family business for years. Small amounts, nothing anyone would notice, but it adds up. That's not. Scarlett knew Victor. She knew everything. Why do you think she put conditions on your inheritance? He sagged against the wall. I can change. I can get help. Can you? Because from where I'm standing, you look like a man who's about to threaten me if I don't give you what you want. I would never, wouldn't you? I stepped closer. What were you planning to do if I said no? Hurt me? Intimidate me? Maybe break into my apartment and look for something to blackmail me with? His silence was answer enough. Get help, Victor, real help. Then maybe we can talk. Riley was the most strategic. She waited a full week before making her move, then invited me to lunch at the country club, where she knew I'd feel out of place. You look well, she said as I sat down at her table. Divorce agrees with you. Cut to the chase, Riley. What do you want? I want to make a deal. She signalled the waiter for wine. A business proposition. I'm listening. You release half the trust funds to me, and I'll make sure the others fall in line. No more drama, no more fighting, just a clean split. And why would I do that? Because you're not stupid, Roslyn. You know this can't last forever. Eventually, they'll find a way to contest the will, or you'll get tired of playing puppet master. This way, everyone wins. Everyone except you mean. You get your money, but you lose control over your siblings. Her smile was sharp. I never had control over them anyway. They're too weak, too emotional. But you understand power. Do I? You're here, aren't you? You could have taken the money and disappeared, but you stayed. You want to watch us squirm. I sipped my water, considering. Maybe I do. Then let's make it interesting. Give me my share, and I'll help you make the others really suffer. I know all their secrets, all their weaknesses. You'd betray your own family. They're not my family, they're competition. She leaned forward, just like you were. And look how that turned out for me. Her confidence faltered slightly. This is different. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, You're just another desperate person begging for money." I stood to leave, but she grabbed my wrist. "Don't make me your enemy, Roslyn. You won't like the consequences." I looked down at her hand on my arm, then back at her face. "Are you threatening me, Riley? I'm warning you. I have resources, connections. I can make your life very difficult." "More difficult than it already was, when your family spent 8 years trying to drive me away." I pulled my arm free. "Do your worst. I'm not afraid of you anymore." As I walked away, I heard her call out, "This isn't over!" But the last one to come was the one I'd been waiting for. Caden appeared at my door on a Friday evening, holding a bottle of wine and looking like he hadn't slept in days. "Can we talk?" he asked. "Please?" I let him in, but I didn't make it easy. "Nice place," he said, looking around my small apartment. "Cozy. It's what I can afford on my secretary's salary." He winced. "Roslyn, Why are you here, Caden?" He set the wine on my counter, then turned to face me. "I want to apologize, really apologize. Not because I want something from you, but because I owe you that much." "Go ahead. I was a coward. I let my family poison me against you, and when it mattered most, I chose money over love. I chose security over the woman I married." His voice broke. "I threw away the best thing in my life because I was afraid of losing everything else. And now you've lost it all anyway." "I know, and I deserve it." He ran his hands through his hair. "I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even expect you to give me a penny. I needed you to know that I know what I did." I studied his face, looking for signs of manipulation, of calculation. But all I saw was genuine regret. "Do you love me, Caden?" The question seemed to surprise him. "What? Do you love me, or do you love the idea of getting your inheritance back?" "I love you," he said without hesitation. "I never stopped loving you." "Then why didn't you fight for me?" "Because I'm weak. Because I was raised to believe that family money was more important than anything else. Because I'm my mother's son, and she taught me that love was a luxury we couldn't afford. And now I know she was wrong. Now I know that all the money in the world isn't worth losing you." I walked to the window, looking out at the city lights. "It's too late, Caden." "I know. Even if I wanted to forgive you, even if I wanted to try again, how could I trust you? How could I ever believe that you wouldn't choose money over me again?" "You couldn't," he said quietly. "I broke that trust. I broke us." I turned back to him. "Then why are you here?" "Because I needed to tell you the truth. Because you deserved to hear it." He moved toward the door. "And because I wanted you to know that whatever you decide to do with the trust, I'll accept it, even if it means I get nothing. Even if it means you lose everything." I already lost everything that mattered. After he left, I sat in my empty apartment, surrounded by the silence I'd grown to appreciate. My phone buzzed with a text from Brooke. "Thank you for the surgery fund. Mum's doing great. You're an angel." I smiled, remembering the check I'd written that morning. Some people deserved help. Some people had earned kindness. But the Hollands, they were still learning what it meant to beg, and I was just getting started. Revenge was a dish served cold, but I didn't expect to find it so bitter. The family meeting was Riley's idea. She'd called everyone together at the estate. Neutral ground, she said, though we all knew she just wanted the home field advantage. I arrived to find them arranged around Scarlett's old dining table, like generals planning a war. "Thank you for coming," Riley said as I took the seat at the head of the table, Scarlett's old spot. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. "Let's get this over with," I said. "What do you want?" "We want to make a proposal," Riley began, but Victor cut her off. "We want our money," he snarled. "This whole charade has gone on long enough." "Victor," Abigail hissed, We agreed to kiss her ass and beg like dogs. I'm done with that." Riley shot him a warning look. What Victor means is that we think it's time to find a solution that works for everyone. I'm listening. We've retained legal counsel, she continued. Our lawyer says there are grounds to contest the will. Undue influence, mental incapacity. Your mother was sharp as a tack until the day she died, I interrupted. Was she? Because this trust arrangement seems pretty convenient for you. The grieving daughter-in-law, manipulating a dying woman. Careful, Riley. Or what? You'll cut off my allowance? She leaned forward. Here's the thing, Roslyn. We don't need your permission to fight this. We can tie this up in court for years, cost you hundreds of thousands in legal fees, make your life a living hell. You already did that for 8 years. This is different. This is war. Caden finally spoke up. Riley, stop. This isn't helping. Helping what? Helping you get back in her good graces. Riley's voice was venomous. Wake up, Caden. She's never going to forgive you. She's going to dangle that money in front of us forever, watching us dance like trained monkeys. Maybe that's what you deserve, I said quietly. The room exploded. Victor slammed his fist on the table. Abigail started crying. Franklin and Gordon tried to calm everyone down while clearly panicking themselves. Enough! Riley's voice cut through the chaos. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to release our inheritances, all of them, or we're going to destroy you. How? We know things about you, Roslyn. Things that might interest the IRS, the State Bar Association, maybe even the police. I felt ice in my veins. What things? Victor pulled out his phone, scrolling through photos. Remember your little side business? The one you ran out of the house while you were married to Caden? I don't know what you're talking about. The consulting work, the clients you met with, the cash payments that never got reported. He showed me a photo of me accepting an envelope from a man I barely remembered. Tax evasion is a federal crime. That was legitimate freelance work. Can you prove that? Because we have photos, bank records, testimony from people who say you offered them services that weren't exactly professional. My blood turned to ice. They were talking about the small marketing consulting I'd done to have some independence, some money of my own, completely legal, but I'd been sloppy with the paperwork. You're bluffing. Are we? Riley smiled coldly. We also have some interesting information about your relationship with Mom's doctor. All those late-night visits, the private conversations, makes a person wonder if you were influencing her medication, her mental state. That's insane. Is it? Because we have security footage of you entering and leaving her room at all hours. We have records of you meeting with her lawyer multiple times. It paints a very interesting picture of manipulation and elder abuse. Abigail leaned forward, her tears suddenly dry. We don't want to hurt you, Roslyn, but we will if we have to. I looked around the table at their faces, desperate, vindictive, united in their hatred of me. For the first time since this started, I felt truly afraid. What do you want? Full release of all trust funds, Riley said. Immediate transfer to our individual accounts. You keep whatever Mum left you directly, but the trust gets dissolved. And if I refuse? Then we go to the authorities, we file criminal charges, we make sure everyone knows what kind of person you really are. The silence stretched between us like a chasm. I could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway, counting down the seconds until I had to make a choice. I need time to think. You have 24 hours, Victor said. After that, we start making phone calls. I stood up, my legs shaky. Fine. As I walked toward the door, Caden called out, Roslyn, wait. I turned back. Don't let them do this to you. Fight back. Riley laughed. Fight back? With what? She's got nothing on us. Doesn't she? Caden's voice was quiet, but there was something dangerous in it. Because I seem to remember a lot of family secrets that might interest people, like Victor's gambling debts to some very unsavoury characters, or Riley's affair with her business partner, or Abigail's prescription drug problem. Caden, Riley warned, or the fact that Mum knew about all of it. Every dirty secret, every lie, every crime. Why do you think she changed her will? The room went dead silent. She didn't trust any of you, he continued. She knew you'd destroy each other the moment she was gone. That's why she gave everything to Roslyn, because she was the only one with any integrity left. Shut up, Caden, Victor snarled. Make me. Caden stood up, and for the first time since I'd known him, he looked like a man worth fighting for. You want to threaten Roslyn? Go ahead, but remember, I know where all the bodies are buried, and unlike you, I've got nothing left to lose. Riley's face was white with rage. You're choosing her over your own family. I'm choosing what's right over what's easy, something I should have done years ago. I stared at him, this man who had broken my heart, who was now trying to protect me from the wolves he'd helped create. It's too late, Caden, I said softly. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't try to do the right thing now. I left them there, arguing among themselves, their united front crumbling as quickly as it had formed. In the car, my hands shook as I started the engine. My phone rang before I'd even left the driveway. Lucia's name flashed on the screen. They called you, didn't they? I said, without preamble. Riley's lawyer just contacted me. They're serious, Roslyn. They have enough to cause real trouble. What do you think I should do? Honestly, give them the money. It's not worth going to prison over. I drove home in silence, thinking about Scarlett's last words. Don't let them destroy each other. But what if they were determined to destroy me instead? That night, I sat in my apartment, staring at the trust documents spread across my coffee table. $77 million. The power to control their lives, the ability to make them pay for everything they'd done to me. And all I felt was empty. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. 24 hours, don't forget. I deleted it and poured myself a glass of wine. Tomorrow I would have to decide, give them what they wanted and let them win, or fight back and risk losing everything. But tonight, I just wanted to remember what it felt like before I became someone who held people's lives in her hands, before I became someone who enjoyed watching them suffer, before I became someone I wasn't sure I recognized anymore. Their empire is in my hands, and for once I don't owe any of them an explanation. I called the meeting for noon the next day, not at the estate, not at the lawyer's office, but at the downtown conference room I'd rented specifically for this moment, neutral ground that I controlled. They filed in looking like condemned prisoners, Riley with her lawyer in tow, Victor fidgeting with his phone, Abigail clutching Franklin's arm, Caden bringing up the rear with his shoulders squared like he was walking into battle. Thank you all for coming, I said, standing at the head of the polished table. I've made my decision. Riley's lawyer, a sharp-faced woman in an expensive suit, opened her briefcase. Before you say anything, Ms. Evans, my client wants you to know that we're prepared to file charges this afternoon if— Shut up, I said calmly. The lawyer blinked. Excuse me? I said shut up. You don't get to threaten me in my meeting. I looked at Riley. You want to play hardball? Fine, let's play. I pulled out my own folder, thick with documents Lucia and I had spent all night preparing. Victor, let's start with you. Those gambling debts you mentioned, the ones to Tony Marconi's crew. I have bank records showing you've been skimming from the family business for 3 years to pay them off. That's embezzlement. Victor's face went white. You can't prove— I can prove everything. Your mother kept meticulous records. She knew about every theft, every forged signature, every fake invoice. I slid a stack of papers across the table. She was building a case against you when she died. That's impossible. Is it? Because I also have recordings. Your mother was very thorough in her final months. I pressed play on my phone, and Scarlett's voice filled the room. Victor thinks I don't know about the money he's been stealing, The boy always was too stupid to cover his tracks properly. Victor slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. Riley, I continued, your affair with Marcus from your firm, the one you've been having for 2 years. I have photos, hotel receipts, text messages. Gordon might be interested to see them. Gordon's head snapped up. What affair? Riley's lawyer started to object, but I cut her off. And Abigail, those prescription pills you've been selling to your book club friends? That's drug trafficking, federal charges. I never... Abigail started. OxyContin, Adderall, Xanax. You've been raiding your mother's medicine cabinet and selling them to fund your shopping addiction. I have video evidence. The room was dead silent except for the hum of the air conditioning. So here's what's going to happen, I said, settling back in my chair. You're going to drop all threats against me. You're going to accept whatever I decide to give you from the trust, and you're going to do it with gratitude. Or what? Riley's voice was barely a whisper. Or I release everything to the police, the IRS, and the local news stations. Your reputations will be destroyed, your marriages will end, and you'll spend the next decade in court fighting criminal charges. Riley's lawyer cleared her throat. My client would like to discuss... Your client can discuss it with someone who cares. This meeting is over. I stood up, but Caden's voice stopped me. What about me? I turned to look at him. What about you? You didn't threaten me. You didn't pull out any dirt on me. Why? Because you don't get threats, Caden. You get something worse. Which is? Nothing. You get absolutely nothing. No money, no second chances, no redemption arc. You chose money over love, and now you get neither. His face crumpled. Roslyn, please. Please what? Please forgive you. Please pretend the last 8 years didn't happen. Please give you another chance to break my heart. I love you. No, you don't. You love the idea of me. You love what I represented. Stability, respectability, someone to make you look good. But you never loved me enough to fight for me when it mattered. I walked toward the door, then paused. The rest of you will receive your distributions according to your mother's conditions. Riley, when you complete anger management and make genuine amends, you'll get your share. Victor, after you finish gambling addiction treatment and pay back what you stole, Abigail, when you complete rehab and community service. And if we refuse, Riley asked, then you get nothing, forever. I left them sitting there in stunned silence. 3 weeks passed before the first one cracked. Abigail called, sobbing, asking for the name of a good rehab facility. I gave her 3 options and told her I'd pay for whichever one she chose. Victor took longer, 2 months before he finally admitted he needed help. I arranged for the gambling addiction counselling and set up a payment plan for him to repay the embezzled funds. Riley held out the longest, almost 6 months. When she finally called, her voice was different, smaller. I want to apologise, she said, really apologise, not because I want the money, but because I need to say it. We met at a coffee shop downtown. She looked older, worn down by months of fighting a battle she couldn't win. I was cruel to you, she said without preamble. I was jealous and insecure, and I took it out on you because you were an easy target. Why? Because you had something I never did. You had Caden's love, real love, and I couldn't stand it. I've been married to Gordon for 15 years, and he's never looked at me the way Caden looked at you. He stopped looking at me that way long before the divorce, because we poisoned him against you. We made him choose between love and loyalty, and we knew he'd choose loyalty because that's how we raised him. She wiped her eyes. We destroyed something beautiful because we couldn't stand to see someone else have it. I studied her face, looking for signs of manipulation, but all I saw was genuine regret. I'm not giving you the money because you apologized, I said finally. I know. I'm giving it to you because your mother wanted you to have it. Despite everything, she loved you." Riley nodded, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you." As for Caden, he never called, never begged, never pleaded, never tried to manipulate his way back into my good graces. I heard through Lucia that he'd moved to Seattle, started over with a small law practice. He sent one letter, which I threw away unopened. Some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. I kept the house. Scarlett had left it to me directly outside the trust. Sometimes I walk through the rooms where I once felt so small, so invisible, and I remember what it was like to be powerless. The trust still exists, still bears my name as administrator. I use it for good things now. Scholarships for kids who can't afford college, medical bills for families in crisis, small business loans for people with big dreams and no connections. Brooke sends me Christmas cards every year, updates on her mother's health, pictures of her kids. She's the only one who still calls me family. People ask me sometimes if I regret it. The revenge, the power games, the way I made them suffer. The truth is more complicated than they want to hear. I regret that it was necessary. I regret that they pushed me to become someone capable of such calculated cruelty. I regret that love wasn't enough to save my marriage or my place in their family. But I don't regret making them face the consequences of their actions. I don't regret showing them what it feels like to be powerless, to have your future decided by someone who doesn't care about you. And I don't regret walking away from all of it with my dignity intact. The Holland family empire is in my hands now, and for the first time in my adult life, I don't owe anyone an explanation for what I choose to do with it. That, more than any revenge, feels like victory.